Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stare down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful and grateful, a slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. Oh, let me show your ungrateful ass to
Go home.
talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just
The
fly on.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said,
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. So fly a little birdies, fly. Far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to
to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more Wi-Fi. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? DemHoCratic shills, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Point made, no edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Happy Mother's Day to all the sisters out there, all the FBA B1 sisters that actually took care of their children. Happy Mother's Day to you. And Lady Chase, she sleeps, so she'll be joining us when she wakes up. And on the season 6, episode 25, part 2 or part deuce of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is the Pentagon just released more UAP documents, including NASA records. What did Michael Jackson understand about sound frequencies? A black woman interrogated by a white HOA member for just sitting in her car. Hey, y'all, rules, certified salute. Shalom to you, brother. Black woman interrogated by a white HOA member just for sitting in her car. Delaware woman celebrating 108th birthday says key to a healthy life is to keep moving. Then Clyburn laughed at us when we demanded reparations. Now we will laugh if they get him out of his seat. Right. Then we got that the Mafia, Democrats and Republicans both agreed to maintain a system of anti-Black racism. Well, we've been to consensus on that over a decade ago. Then did the Mafia target Michael Jackson? Yep, they sure did. Then Claude the Bussy, or Claude the Builder, just lost the support of radical white conservatives for doing this. And Church, our brother Church, who was just live, versus the Shill in the DemHoCratic Party. So we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get a news from a Frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. The end of 2020, early 2021. Because we wasn't always on YouTube. We used to be on Facebook Messenger. That's what we started at, on Facebook Messenger. Then we moved to YouTube months later. Then we got Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Chroma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings and local Denver / Aurora Black events. And then we got Lady Chase Seduction Doll channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. That's our backup channel. So she can start going live on that channel. And then we got her main channel, the RBA. And she should be dropping the RBA sometime this week. Make sure y'all check her out. She's heavy. And she usually be covering content that we don't, or topics we don't normally get to on Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Genet 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin or local out the Bay Area, Fairfield, and San Francisco to be exact. Jay Militant was cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to Cuz channel. Then we got our cousin, our bro, out the Mile High, Kookeezy. Kookeezy 5100 out the Bell side. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Then we got Breeze Omega, our brother out of VA, who's now in Virginia, but he's originally from New York, Hempstead, Long Island to be exact. And our brother just passed 100, I wish 100,000, 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got the Church of Black Power, who was just live, our brother. Shout out to him. He drops heavy content as well. He's originally from West California, now to be exact, the Jordan Downs. And he is now in Houston, Texas. And he just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. So salute to Church. Hopefully he'll be joining us tonight. He's doing his birthday thing. It was his birthday today, so happy birthday to Church. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. And Torian Rain Reloaded been around for a minute. He actually put Lisa Cabrera on. So salute to Torian. I usually chop it up with him. I got to chop it up with him earlier. So that was fun. Then we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus in terms of making content. But did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. So I just played the ad for the Rolodex. So the link to the Rolodex is in the description. And link to the submit your business to the Rolodex is also in the description. Salute, Michael. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. And the link to submit your signature to the petition is in the description. Then we got Take Action Now. Sister Brooks Call to Action. Make sure y'all support that. Submit them letters, them emails, so you can get that Freedmansboro cracking in New York. And then we got support Lady Chase GoFundMe. If you haven't already, donate if you haven't already. Then we got the 103-year-old elder who's on the verge of losing her home almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles, now South LA. And the link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. And then we got myself. As you can see from the background, I am a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for office, State House of Representatives for House District 8. And the link to the website is also in the description. You can donate directly on the website. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is sex, war, and religion, or religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition, and all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned over a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. In other words, Black family replaced this evil, wicked, vile system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated, and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And this is a United Compensatory Code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, textbook, workbook, study guide for thought, speech, and action, and or action for victims of racism and white supremacy. So we stay stay codified on a daily basis, and produce that justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those that need the most constructive help get in a constructive manner. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. Take it to trial, family. No pre-deals. Trial. Make them try to prove that you did what they say you did. In the meantime, produce justice, guaranteeing that nobody's mistreated by the period, and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. There's not 2 supremacies. There's only 1 supremacy, and that is racism, white supremacy. There's not multiple racisms. There's only 1 racism, and that is racism, white supremacy. And that is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late great master teacher, Dr. Francis Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, well, I was hoping Shabaka would have got in here already, but while we're waiting on Shabaka, I'm going to start playing some clips for y'all. So the first one is about the Pentagon just released more UAP documents, including NASA records. So now they want to come clean. We've been on this. Yep, demonic white supremacy. Yep. That's exactly what it is, cow dog. Yep, don't separate. Just one. Right. That's it. Not multiple. Not, oh, anybody can know. No. Everybody can be prejudiced, but everybody cannot be racist. In order to be racist, you have to have prejudice plus institutional power to enforce said prejudice. We don't have that. So until we do, we can't be racist. So it's an insult to all of our intelligence when one of them has the audacity to call us racist. So I'm going to play that. So Lisa going to give us an update on that. Yep, same buzzwords. Same buzzers. Both birds. Yep. Different wings on that buzzard. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Let me get back to this queue. Shout out to Black Truth United. Now I gotta move on. I covered this yesterday, so I'm not gonna put y'all through that bullshit again. Instead, I'm gonna go down here. See here. Oh, here we go.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to talk about the government, the Department of War, or the Pentagon, releasing UFO footage and documents that the government has had all this time. And I sat up last night, and before I even get to this, I want to say something. I would like to thank everybody that have, you have made my 2nd year anniversary in business phenomenal. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the lovely emails and all the well wishes. I deeply appreciate it. And I pray the Most High will bless you all 1,000 times over. Thank you. So I just want to say, I sat up and I looked at the footage of what was released by the government. And I am disappointed. What is the reason why the U.S. government can't invest in decent cameras? Why can't you have better cameras on your jets and your satellites? Why do we always get these images of UFOs that are grainy, out of focus, or it's so dark you can barely see what's on the screen? Y'all spend trillions of dollars on a bunch of garbage most of the time.
I just started the first topic. I just finished with the introduction. I'm gonna need you to hold it down like 10 minutes. I gotta make a run for Lady Che. But I'll let the video play while I'm gone.
Okay, let me get a headset on.
Okay, Lisa's talking about the UFO files being released.
Oh, that ought to be interesting. Okay.
Just hold it down while I'm gone.
Okay. All right.
You can't get a decent camera put on Navy jets that are spotting these UFOs. And when they come close to Earth, you can't get decent cameras on satellites. I just don't understand why we get such bad images all the time. Whether it's still shots or videos, it's always so lousy. And I'm really underwhelmed with what they have released. And yeah, DJ, like you said, let's get back to the Epstein files, because we know this is just another one of those distractions at the end of the day. It's just another distraction. So, y'all, I'm going to show you, and I'm sorry if I'm boring you with these images, but they are terrible. Now, one image was a little interesting. There was a circular sort of star-like image that popped up on the screen that they were able to capture. Now, that one was interesting, but all of the other ones, or the little glowing light flying around, I'm not impressed by that. Not very impressive. So anyway, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
The Pentagon just released some footage of a UFO on the video. So there's been talks about, UFO sightings in the government for a while. So, Trump and the Pentagon, they just released some footage, and here's some footage. All right, here it is. I don't know why this is the crappiest footage. All right, so right here's this thing right here. And I'm confused because why didn't the Air Force pull up on this and shoot it down? Because usually anything in, United States airspace gets drummed down. But yeah, this is it. The shape of it is weird. Okay. Doing a little, it's moving fast. That's what's scary. Do y'all think it's real? Let me know. And thank you for watching, and please follow for more.
The Pentagon has finally started releasing UFO files, including transcripts, videos, images, and even one depicting what's believed to be an alien being. Let's start with a flying object. This does look super convincing at first glance, but very bright objects often look like this on FLIR footage. There is some kind of trail behind the object, though. Not entirely sure what to make of it. This, though, I would say is slightly more convincing. Some kind of glowing orb flying in and around these wind turbines. Again, no concrete evidence of anything here, though. Now let's get to something a little more interesting, a flying disc that was reportedly found in Illinois with the text Russia on it. Now, this does not look at all super high-tech or of alien origin to me, but it is no doubt interesting nonetheless. And finally, what you're all here for, an image of a humanoid-looking being. At first, this is shocking, but reality is, this is from an image out of Mexico City in the 1950s that supposedly shows a UFO crew member, so it's nothing new.
What if everything they told you about UFOs was only part of the truth? Today, the Pentagon released new classified footage showing objects that even military analysts still can't fully explain. Some were tracked by infrared military sensors. Some moved in ways pilots described as impossible. And some cases remain officially unresolved. For decades, people who talked about UFOs were mocked, called crazy, ignored. But now the same governments that denied everything are releasing the files themselves. The question is no longer, are these objects real? Because the Pentagon already confirmed they are. The real question is, what are we actually looking at? Advanced secret technology, unknown intelligence, or something humanity was never supposed to understand? Maybe the truth has always been hidden in plain
Exactly,
sight.
yeah, rules. Exactly.
Maybe we're only now beginning to wake up. Because once the government admits something unexplained is in our skies, everything changes.
In 2023, someone says they saw this appearing from nowhere, materializing instantly, and then disappearing. At this actual site, this graphic was overlaid over it, and today the U.S. government released this and 80 years worth of files relating to UFO sightings. We're going to be looking through it all day, but one thing I found interesting so far is that a lot of them turned out to be meteors, but also it was a national security question during the Cold War. If you were on a military base and saw a UFO, the FBI wasn't thinking, oh, it's an alien. They were thinking, we might need to look into that for security reasons. Stay tuned throughout the day.
Okay. And then also two people out here, Nellis Air Force Base, you know, they got a whole lot of secured areas out there. And if they catch your ass up there, man, they ain't gonna ask you no questions or what have you. They're just gonna dump on your ass and kick you off the planet. You see, could be some high-tech shit, okay? Could be some precursor of something to come up in the future, is because even this damn internet, man, they researched this shit, man, since the late 1950s before, Area 51, exactly, before it came into fruition. You see what I mean? So therefore, only thing I can say about that, and I'm going to invite people to come on up because Brother Che, you know, he's handling some business right now. Okay. So I'm following his lead, and then one of the things too that it has often in
if you want to get weird on your Friday, the Pentagon just released some previously classified UFO files. The collection includes more than 160 files detailing more than 400 incidents from all around the world. Some of the most recent,
I'm back now. You've been doing a good job. I'm just let the video play.
Okay, yeah, but hold on. Let me say this here, Brother Che. You remember a couple of years ago, man, they were saying they had these big-ass giants out here in Las Vegas, Nevada, man. And I went up there, found the damn intersection, man, didn't see no trace of that bullshit. You see what I mean? So on the one hand, it could be true, you know, because like when you look at these old TV series, man, from the late 1960s, and I know this is a generation younger than mine, when you check out Star Trek, Lost in Space, and another TV series they had called Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, right? And you could pull them up.
The Twilight Zone.
And the what? Yeah, the Outer Limits and the Twilight Zone. Yeah, particularly the Twilight Zone. So was this here stuff in theory, or was this planet?
Khalifa wants to get on camera.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, you're the cat's pet. You know what I'm saying? So Khalifa wants to get on TV, wants to be the frontline black news line like for MGM.
Yeah.
Say round. You know what I'm saying? You know, yeah. Cat knows something's going on and wants to be involved with it. You know what I'm saying? And then, yeah.
What you gonna do?
Yeah. And then too, you know, me personally, I like cats, but I don't like people who do not like cats.
Yeah.
Okay?
They're divine creatures. How are you not like a cat?
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? I like hounds too. I like them better than people. Now, why do I like cats and why do I like hounds over people? Because child molesters, murderers, racists, homicidal maniacs, okay, brain dead motherfuckers, you see what I'm saying? All of these are people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, you don't hear about kitty cats getting in airplanes, bombing Black Wall Street. You don't hear about kitty cats getting in police cars, beating a man half to death 52 times with a nightstick upside his head.
No, those
you see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly.
Those are race soldiers.
Yeah, and you don't hear about black kitty cats being coons, yassa bosses, ass scratchers, Uncle Toms.
No, but you do hear about black cats being bad luck, but that's a lie.
No, black cats are good luck. Okay. Now, yeah. Now there you go, Cow Dog. I forgot all about Mr. Phelps. Yeah, Mission Impossible was showing hella high tech equipment and cruise missions. Yes, they did. Good morning, Mr. Phelps. And then, by the way, out of Hollywood, that I found out is that the guy who is Mr. Phelps on Mission Impossible, his name was Peter Graves. He is the biological blood brother of another guy that came on TV by the name of James Arnaz, and you knew him as Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke. They were brothers, and if you really check it out, their voice inflections, man, you know, you can see they're related. Oh, yeah, Cow Dog, there's a whole lot of white lies about black cats. Now, Yarus, now Lost in Space, now that shit there was just crazy. Warning, warning. Robot. And then let's see who else was on it. Then Dr. Smith, you know what I'm saying? He was crazy. You know what I mean? Then but to me, out of that generation of the 1960s, the series that I'd liked, it was the original series, was Star Trek, you know? It's because this dude, Roddenberry, okay, and you're right, Yarus, the most dangerous animal is a human. Why? Because you see, a human being has a mind. See, this is what I debate about these psychologists, you know what I'm saying? You don't never know what the hell is on a person's mind, people. You see what I'm saying? This is why you treat your fellow brother with courtesy, respect. You don't know what the hell they're going through. You see what I'm saying? And it could be the slightest thing that will push them over the edge in their personal life. It's because of all the hell that we had been through, and they was always talking about how we have hypertension in the black community. Cow Dog lost in had the gay dude always setting up the family to escape. Yeah, Cow Dog, that motherfucker used to scream like a bitch, man. Yeah, he did, you know? Yeah, he did. And Yaru says Buck Rogers in the 25th century. Now, the cold part about Buck Rogers, you all gonna love this. They made that series, man, in early Hollywood in the 1930s. You see what I'm saying? And then I think there was another cat, man, by the name of, Buck Rogers. And who was the other motherfucker there? Oh, Flash Gordon. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then and I think what had happened is the theorem behind Flash Buck Rogers is that they was from like the 20th century, but they got caught and in suspended animation in a glacier. You see what I'm saying? So that could be interesting. And then and also too, Cow Dog, as you know, going all up and down I-5, man, you know, from California up there to the top of Washington, you're going to pass 4 glaciers. That there's going to be Mount Shasta, Mount St. Helens, Mount Rainier, and then there's another one there, Mount Hood. Yeah, that's in Oregon. You see what I'm saying?
Those are volcanoes.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and keep in mind, and I know you could relate to this, Cow Dog, is that all of it is in the ring of fire of the Pacific, like Japan, Hawaii, parts of China. You know what I'm saying? Definitely the West Coast, California, and the ring of fire.
You're breaking up, Shabaki. Oh shit, we don't lost Shabaki. Species the Earth. Yep. What are you talking about? What was that series called? The series is called. Yeah, you talking about the Draconians. Yep. The Dracos. Did you ever see that ancient alien? Not ancient aliens. It was Racist A to Z, Alien Racist A to Z. It came out in 2016, like 10 years ago. Google released it. I would play it, but they're probably copyrighted. But it goes over the different alien races, the different species. We're far from alone. We've been lied to for too long. There are mountains as big as hell. Picture just yeah. All right, Shabak is back.
Yeah, they
Oh,
do
yeah.
it.
Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, they do this. Yeah, I remember that. That was in the mid 80s. And then they do this shit to us every fucking time when we get to talking about certain data. Just take notes on your own, people, or watch what we talk about and watch how this damn StreamYard shit fucks up. You see what I'm saying?
So what our brother Church earlier, so
yeah.
And then at this point.
Oh yeah, and we got record high heat tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And all the Biscos.
Bring some of that heat.
We got record.
You are bringing some of that heat this way. It's supposed to be 80, 90 degrees tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and it's only going to be about 100 degrees out here tomorrow, you know, so may all the Biscos fry. Fry and the Biscos fry. Fry, fry, fry. Fry and the Biscos fry. Fry, fry, fry.
That's if they'll be that at home. They definitely going to be frying.
Oh yeah, and then we had that inbred idiot up there, Trey Brewer. He got a big ass head, man, and he looked like one of these alien motherfuckers that you just showed up there. You see what I'm saying? And he's in the
business. You need the link to share out, huh, Shabaki? Share out the link.
Oh man. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, hit me in the. Yeah, hit me in the private chat with the brother Che. Are you talking about share out the StreamYard link or the share out the YouTube link?
The YouTube.
Okay, you got to hit me with it in the chat room.
I'm about to know.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, because you know we get our haters, and by the way, haters, we do love your ignorance and your dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? I hate to put it to you like this, but we find you most comical because y'all come up with some of the most stupidest shit that is impossible to believe. You know. Now let's see if Facebook decides to work. Oh, well, we got Facebook right here. Okay. And then, okay. All right, I'm going to try to invite a couple of new members. Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to get back to the video.
Okay.
Misstatements were taken last year, while other cases date back to the 1940s. Among the files are incidents from the Apollo 11, Apollo 12, and Apollo 17 moon missions. During Apollo 12 in 1969, astronaut Alan Bean reported, quote, flashes of light that he described as sailing off into space. Officials say the release does not confirm extraterrestrial life, but supporters hope it gives the public a closer look at what the government has been investigating for years. So all of these files have been uploaded to a government website in which you can check out as well. More files are expected to be released in the coming weeks.
Today is Disclosure Day. Today is the day that the Pentagon is supposed to start releasing all its files regarding UFOs. I have a feeling that things are about to get a little weird. The files are being released in tranches and not in one huge data dump like the Epstein files. Maybe they're doing it that way because it's going to be a shock to the system for a lot of people. And this article discusses how it could impact major religions. This article also states that U.S. intelligence officials met with high-profile pastors to tell them to prepare their congregations for what's coming. President Jimmy Carter had an encounter with a UFO, and when he became president, he vowed to release all the government files on UFOs, but he later recanted on that promise, citing national security concerns. After Jimmy Carter recanted on that promise, rumors started circulating that he had actually been debriefed by the CIA about aliens, and they confirmed that aliens exist. And they also told him that aliens said that all the major religions of the world were created by them because humans needed to be accountable to a higher power so they wouldn't destroy themselves. The story goes that this alleged debriefing moved President Carter to tears, and he realized he could not release this information to the public. I don't know about you guys, but I want to see these little dudes. How do you feel about alien disclosure? Leave me a comment.
Well, you know, aliens, they got to eat too, don't you think? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Some of them eat us.
Well, here's what I know. I bet you, man, if you put a load of buckshot in his ass, man, he'll get his mind right. You know what I'm saying? You know, a universal law and principle called lead poisoning. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, some of them ain't even organic, Shabaka.
Yeah, now that'd be interesting. You know what I'm saying?
They're like cyborgs.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, it will be a fascinating study, is because, like I said, you know, when they said they allegedly had him out here in Las Vegas.
Y'all rules to know if you remember Doctor Who.
Doctor Who?
Yeah.
Okay. I got one on y'all. Have y'all now who's Doctor Who? Y'all rules.
You don't remember Doctor Who, Shabaka?
Was that a James Bond film?
Yeah, but there was a show. There was a show called Doctor Who.
Okay, I ain't hip. Please enlighten me. But I do remember when they started the James Bond movie series, it was like the early 1960s. You had Dr. No from Russia with Love. And then the one that really made it real big was Goldfinger. Because Goldfinger, he was talking about knocking off Fort Knox.
Yeah.
Then you had Thunderball, which wasn't all that hot. Then you had the one in 1967 called
it was British, Shabaka.
I know.
No,
it was a British
Doctor Who.
Oh, Doctor Who?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, no, y'all really gonna have to explain that. I don't remember. Okay, it was a British show. Doctor Who was like a galactical police officer. Wait a minute, that shit does sound a little bit familiar. Now let me pull up some old files, man, or what's left of my brain dead ass. Oh,
yeah, I got it all.
Vaguely.
It got the Guinness record for the longest running science fiction television show in the world.
Okay, now the science fiction shows I remember was The Outer Limits, where they talking about they taking control of your television set, which is bullshit because the only thing you
control all that you see and hear.
Yeah. But the motherfucker, to me, man, who was ahead of his time, man, was Rod Sterling, man, with the Twilight Zone. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then Rod Sterling, before he died, he did another series that didn't go well on like the Twilight Zone called Night Gallery. You know what I'm saying?
Herbie Hancock. Do you remember Herbie Hancock?
Herbie Hancock, the musician? Yeah, everybody remembers Herbie Hancock.
No, the show.
No, sir. Okay, Octopussy. I remember Octopussy, Cow Dog. That was the one after, I think that there was the last Bond flick that Roger Moore did before they brought in Timothy Dalton.
Following President Trump's February order for the federal government to begin declassifying and releasing files, this morning, the Department of War issued a release. Department of War releases unidentified anomalous phenomena files in Historic Transparency Act. So this morning's release is really just the beginning. It contains about 162 files of what's supposed to be the first of multiple releases over the coming weeks and months. And it really just contains what they call unresolved
License
cases.
to Kill.
So it's got some
That was a
photographs,
damn good
some eyewitness
James Bond
testimony,
flick, and I
interview
think that was
notes.
the last one they
Cases where the
made.
federal government's like, yeah, we don't really know what this is, but they're showing it to you anyway.
Yeah,
in fact,
they
the New York
did.
Post
The
has a pretty
Twilight
good
Zone
article that
Council, they did.
summarizes some of the photographs and things that are included in the drop. You can go check this out if you want, or you can actually go to the Department of War website where they release the stuff. And just like they did with the Epstein files, they actually created a separate domain. If you want to see the images and you want to read through the notes, you can go to war.gov/UFO and you can filter through some of the photographs yourself. I'm just here to warn you, if you are looking for interview with an alien notes, you're not going to find it. But nonetheless, you can still click on these and you can download some of the documents and read them for yourself. Now, the New York Post pulled out some of the more interesting photographs and summarized them for you. Like this one right here is basically an FBI lab rendering of eyewitness testimony of a vessel that was reported. This one right here is really interesting because this is going to challenge some of the conspiracy theories out there right now that say that we never actually landed on the moon back in the 1970s, because this is supposed to be a photograph from the Apollo 17 mission from the surface of the moon looking into space, indicating that there's some type of odd triangle set of lights in the sky. Now, let's talk about this real quick, because this is what started turning over social media over the last several days. I'm sure you've heard the story or the statements that were released by a handful of Christian pastors
you're right.
who said that they were approached by a group of people connected to the government,
But it wasn't an
including a
Albert
sitting
R. Broccoli
congressman,
production.
and part of that conversation included a story that they are preparing to tell us. They are from another dimension and they are our creator, and that these beings, that they are the ones that seated us here.
So they're getting their
That there's
lies
no
straight.
such thing as God. Jesus was invented by them, and so was the Bible. So I decided to look into this a little bit because my wife sent it to me. And the first place that I went was Timothy Alberino. If you don't follow Timothy Alberino on YouTube, you should be. This guy is incredible. He's one of the leading researchers in ufology.
Man,
and one of the
I ain't
most trusted
following no
voices in the
motherfucker.
entire
I need
industry
people to
today.
follow
And
us.
he put a statement out and he says, let me be clear. I am not aware of any official government sources or whistleblowers who are briefing Christian pastors. That narrative is nonsense. What does exist, though, are private UAP investigative groups that include individuals who happen to be
And I'm
evangelical
going to address
Christians,
your statement
and some
there.
of them
After he
are
finished.
communicating this view to pastors behind the scenes. But it's important to note that they are doing nothing but communicating an opinion. So yes, the hysteria that has been ginning on social media over the last week, that we were going to learn that we were seeded from some alien life form from another planet, is exactly what I expected it to be. A bunch of propaganda, conspiracy theory, slop. And to the Christian community who are concerned that the possibility of alien life forms being real will somehow challenge our belief system, it won't. Because nowhere in the Bible does it deny the possibility that life exists beyond this planet.
Breaking news, May 8th, 2026. The Pentagon begins to release the new UFO files, which we've all been waiting for. After all of the mainstream outlets have been discussing how Christianity is going to be blown to pieces because of this. Notice how it's only specifically about Christianity, though. No other religion is in this mix. We're not talking about Buddhism, Islam, Judaism, for example. Only Christianity is the only religion that we need to focus on. So on the new Department of War website, war.gov/UFO, you can see all of these photos and you can download PDF files. Like, what the fuck is this? Seriously. It even says that it's an actual site photo with FBI lab rendered graphic overlay. This shit is fake as fuck. I will be the first person to say it. I've been saying it. I'm not saying aliens aren't real or anything like that. But if the government is going to come in and try to tell us that this is real and is going to blow Christianity to smithereens, are we not just tired of the same old message? And yeah, there's some documents that you can download. I'm not even going to touch these. It's not like people never lie.
Well, it sounds like they're trying to bump somebody's
My
head.
gripe that I have with this
As we
is
say,
I'm not going to trust
and I'm
whatever
sure
the
Cal
government
Dog
tells me
knows what
about
that
aliens
term
anyway.
means.
Unless one comes down
Yeah,
from a
because they
UFO
are
and says, hey, let's go grab like Starbucks. I
under
want
the
to try
Roman
McDonald's. I'm not
Church.
going to eat McDonald's, but I'm going to be like, yo, dude, if you really want to, you traveled light years to try McDonald's, bro. I think you need to reevaluate your priorities. But still, Like, what the actual fuck is happening in this country
Well,
right
you
now?
need to quit
This is
smoking that
beyond
shit, Zone.
stupid. I mean, this is becoming nonsensical. These ancient alien crowds, the Starseeds, the Galactic Federation people, whatever, they're going to take ancient artwork like this. This is probably supposed to be the sun and the moon, and they're going to say that they were UFOs or some kind of, like, when in the Bible does Jesus Christ or any of his disciples or anybody that's mentioned talk about aliens? Where is that? And before you all say Book of Enoch, Anunnaki, all that crap, like, guys, you need to go do some philosophical reading. Go do some psychological reading by Carl Jung. Understand archetypes. Understand higher level ideas of energies and emotions and how people back in the day saw those types of things. Anger could take hold of somebody, you know, and anger could have been associated with Jupiter or Thor or Zeus or whatever. And these are all archetypes. They're all ways to explain life all through the evolution of human society and history. Going this far with this alien nonsense, this is going to destroy culture in a very bad way. Look, I have an online university with 60 courses that describe in detail all of this stuff. And before you get spiritual psychosis from the aliens thing.
Now, I got a question, people. A sister asked, right, how did woman come from a man's womb? Or how did woman come from a man's rib when the man came from her womb? So this is why, you know, a lot of the sisters are saying that they're God, because I was, you know, this is just my opinion, and I was arguing with some Nabisco, right, talking about Adam and Eve, and I don't step on nobody's faith, but I just find it kind of interesting, as the sister said, how did woman come from man's rib when the man came from the woman's womb? Please help, I'm stupid. Okay, y'all rules. He never read the Book of Enoch. Okay, y'all rules. Sound like you're a scholarly man, brother. Drop some knowledge. Oh, okay.
Right, or Daniel's, the Book of Daniel, the Book of Romans.
Okay.
Book of Ecclesiastics.
Okay.
The Book of Psalms. The Book of 2 Peter. I mean, there's like all kinds of references to like flying objects and otherworldly beings.
All right, y'all.
Yeah.
Well, all of it didn't have sound, D-Will, because it was some music. So I couldn't play that music without getting hit with some type of copyright. So I don't know. They claim more is going to be released. All I have to say, they got off to a bad start for me with these images, and you know, I'm not downloading that stuff they got out there on the war.gov. I don't want it, but I did want to see some of the video footage. But if the rest of it is like what they first released, forget it. I just don't see how this is worth anybody's time. I don't think anybody's opinion changed about whether they believe in these life forms being out there or not. I don't think this footage and the information would change anybody's mind. You know what I mean? But hey, it is what it is. I did want it to at least show it. If they got something really interesting on there, like they are high-fiving a gray or something, yeah, I'm gonna show that. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, man, not good. So, y'all, we got Bible study coming up at 1:45. So some of you, I know I will see then. Some have a wonderful afternoon. Have a wonderful afternoon. And then I have another live, but that's not going to be until much later. I have another one coming up. And that is how the court ruled on Donald Trump's global tariffs as being illegal. But, you know, y'all, the damage is done. You know, even before the war, the prices were high because of all these tariffs Donald Trump sent out worldwide. We pay for those tariffs. And he pretty much wrecked the economy with those tariffs. And then when the war came along, it made everything far worse. You know, it's like every time I go out, the gas prices get higher and higher. The food prices go up. And it's like, you know, there's definitely no light at the end of this tunnel, that's for sure. But we'll talk about that in a little more detail at 5:45. So everybody, Shabbat Shalom. Again, thank you for all of the support and all of the kind words you had to say about my second year in business. May the Most High bless you 1,000 times over. And I really, truly mean that. So everybody, I will see you later. Have a wonderful afternoon. Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom, Lisa. What's Shabbat that day? All right, Shabbat, what are your thoughts on the Pentagon just releasing the UAP documents, including NASA records? Shabbat. Oh, damn, I lost Shabbat. Okay, well, my thoughts is about damn time. I can't wait to read them. And one of the dudes from Ancient Aliens ended up dead. Ironically enough, here in Colorado. All right, well, I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is, what did Michael Jackson understand about sound frequencies? So Tariq gonna give us an update on that. I'm gonna have to speed it up because it's a very long video. Oh, Shabaka said. Welcome back, Shabaka.
Yeah, there they are with that bullshit again. That's that bullshit. Yeah, I've been making some mental notes, people, about certain subjects that we talk about. Then all of a sudden, the StreamYard.
Can we get deep? I want to get deep.
Yep. All right. So, what were your thoughts on the UAPL records being released from?
Okay, on the UFOs. Okay, they need to check them out and keep in mind, man, they're not releasing everything. Only a fucking idiot would believe that they are releasing everything. But I'm just thinking they're releasing just enough. How should I say this? Semi-quench half of your thirst. Okay.
Yeah.
Yaru says women are upset because the covenant is with man, not with woman. Yah was upset with Adam because he broke the covenant, and with the Most High, the hierarchy goes the Most High, man, woman, child. Okay. Now, there was a sister who was talking about the Holy Trinity being man, woman, and child.
Yeah.
Say, now me personally, Brother Che, I choose to avoid these type of what they would call deities, okay, because people are going to believe what they want to believe. You see what I'm saying? I'm of the opinion that everybody has a right to feel the way that they do, because you got people who says there's no thing as God. Okay, but this damn thing. Okay, man, I think it's outside interference, man, because I'm noticing all the words of what I'm saying. Okay, I don't know if you're getting ready to blow this damn thing up in my face. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we don't need a Lebanon situation.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you, but you're going.
Yeah, right. And keep in mind, I don't going in and out. Oh,
yeah, like it's not like you're like underwater.
Okay, so which means it's Bluetooth. Okay, to direct link on the headset. Okay, give me a couple of minutes. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next topic, and that is, what did Michael Jackson understand about sound frequencies? So Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
Deep right now. I'm ready to. Can we get deep? Are y'all ready for a deep conversation? Are y'all ready for a deep conversation, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go deep. People understand how energy works. Sometimes energy, we are analog creatures. We are analog people. We're analog people. So, and us being melanated people, man, we got frequencies and we tap into a signal, and it's powerful. When we start tapping into certain frequencies and signals, we're powerful. When we get on a vibe, when we get on a wave, when we get on a frequency, we take it there. And then people try to block our frequencies. They know how to block our frequencies. When we get locked in, when we concentrate as foundational Black Americans, when we focus and when we concentrate and get on a wave, they know we're gonna start cooking. So the name of the game is to block that energy. Keep us in environments where there's a plethora of noise and harmful frequencies, harmful energy, harmful pollutants. Do y'all feel what I'm saying? The dominant society and people from other cultures love to get around us and to cut off our energy wave. This is why during the civil rights movement, we were on a wave. We were on a frequency. We were clicked in with each other all over this country. We were extremely powerful. We thought bringing in other people, they were going to be on the same wave. Unfortunately, a lot of these people were brought in to clip our frequency. A lot of people got into the mix to block our energy and our frequency. Y'all feel me? Y'all feel me? Sometimes when you get on a roll, people know how to block that momentum. I talked about this before. I was in Vegas one time. If y'all listen to my Mac Lesson show back in the day, I've said this a million times. I was in Vegas and I was at one of those downtown Vegas casinos. The Vegas, they got the Strip and they got more casinos that's in the downtown area. And this was back in the early 2000s, I think. And those hotels at the time were a little more seedy. They were not as glamorous, but you go in there and hit a lick. You go in there and hit them damn tables and win you something, because they didn't have the more experienced people at them old downtown hotels. That's what. See, I'm gonna give y'all some little Vegas tricks. See, certain hotels, man, you can tap in and win based on your knowledge of the table dealers. You understand? Like, I used to like to go to the Hard Rock Cafe. Not the Hard Rock Cafe, but the Hard Rock Hotel, because what they like to do was have all of their casino girls or the table dealers hot white girls, the big booby white women, because that was their whole thing, just a bunch of hot girls in there. The thing is, yeah, you got some hot white women, quote unquote, but they dumb as a damn brick and they're slow. So you can go in there and just get their ass on the table. You understand? I go in there and clean up at the Hard Rock, them old bimbo ass dealers. You understand? You go in there and clean up. And the ones downtown, Vegas, they're old. They got the old elderly ass dealers, so you can clean up on their asses too. You know? So I would go down there and clean up. I'd be down at the downtown hotels racking up chips in there. And one day I was in there, I was on a wave. I was winning for like an hour straight. I'm cleaning this damn hotel out. And they sent like one of the managers down there to break my momentum. I was so locked in and I'm winning. And the dude came up, "Hey, sir, I see you're doing a lot of winning. Do you have a comp card? Because we can give you a complimentary comp card and we can give you all types of good stuff." He started doing this sales pitch. I'm like, okay. Then I stopped concentrating. It just broke my concentration. Then immediately I started losing. Right after he did that, I started losing. I said, "Oh, that bitch ass did that on purpose." He did that on purpose. I'm telling you, if you're winning a lot, they'll send somebody down there to try to offer you something free just to break your concentration. That's a Vegas trick. You understand? They did that to you too. Yeah, that's a trick. They know when you locked in and concentrating, no, they got to break your damn momentum. They got to break your frequency. You understand? Yeah, a cooler. Yeah, they call them coolers, right? Oh, we got to cool this motherfucker down. He hot right now. We got to cool him down. So go down here and offer some free stuff just to break your momentum. Right? Or they'll send a waitress over to say, "Do you want a drink?" They got to do something to break your concentration. Yeah. So understand how people like to come in and mess your energy up when you're on a roll, when you're on a vibe, when you're on a frequency. And just like the guy who called up, his only objective was to just mess up the frequency. Just like when tethers, the tethers call up, they don't have anything constructive to say. They always call up, Notice the tethers are called up. They don't have an argument. They just call up with the same bullshit ass talking points. You niggas, why you FBS hate us so much? You are a group of haters. Okay, what are you saying, Dudu Tunde? I'm saying you hate Africa. Why do you not want to be Africa? Their job is to really just mess up our frequency because we're so tapped in with each other. We're extremely tapped in. Our frequencies are clicking in with one another. And people want to find ways to break that energy and that time. They want to come in and waste time. You understand? Energy and frequencies are very real. People study that, especially when it comes to us, ladies and gentlemen. Energy and frequency is real, especially when it comes to us. See, they don't like us tapping into each other's frequency and getting on the same page because then we'll get on cold with each other. Let me tell you something. Let me get even deeper than that. I think one of the reasons why they targeted our brother Michael Jackson, Michael understood frequencies, waves, and energy. And he tapped into it, which made him a global phenomenon. Do y'all want to go down this road with me? Do y'all want to go down this road with our brother Michael? Can we get deep? Can we put the tinfoil kufi on for a minute? I want y'all to understand something about our brother Michael. Why they're mad now that this movie is doing so well. It's tapping into that frequency that he brought to us. That movie is tapping back into that same frequency. And he's back on top again. I want y'all to follow me. That's why the media is low-key hating on the success of the movie. Michael, ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to understand something. Our brother Michael was meticulous about sound. When he did Thriller, Michael was on some mad scientist shit. And I won't say mad, that implies something nefarious. He was on a godly scientist mission. Michael, Kanye too, he understood sounds and frequencies. But Michael was meticulous about the sonics of sound and how certain sounds created emotion. Our good brother Teddy Riley, who's going on a book tour, talks about that with Michael, how he's with Michael, I think Rodney Jerkins too. Some of these guys, I think these producers who work with Michael, they were talking about how Michael always wanted new sounds. He was real big on certain sounds. I think Rodney Jerkins said he was with Michael in New York and they heard a crane in Manhattan working on a building. And Michael said, I like that sound. Go get me that sound. Go sample that sound. So Rodney Jerkins had to go get a recorder, go back to that spot, record and sample the sound of a crane, and then bring it back to the studio. Michael was on that type of shit. Michael was on some scientific things when it came to sound and frequencies and how certain sounds made people feel. You understand? There's a science to that, ladies and gentlemen. This is why Michael's album
it's called
is the biggest selling album. What year did it come out? Thriller came out in 82. That's pivotal, ladies and gentlemen. 82, right after 82, there was a frequency shift in the music industry.
Thriller came out
all right?
83.
Right after 1982, there was a frequency shift.
Some shit
Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Anything.
In 82 was the last year of really true analog frequency music. 82, that's why a lot of those 82 records, if you put on a record from 1982, that should have slapped now. It had a different feel. It has a different energy. You understand? Records from 1982 are pivotal. You put on some records from 82, them shits will bump now. Think about what was out in 82. Gap Band, Outstanding. Early in the Morning, You Dropped the Bomb on Me. Evelyn Champagne King, Love Come Down. Shalimar, Night to Remember. Roger and Zapp, Dance Floor. Earth, Wind and Fire, Let's Groove. George Benson, Turn Your Love Around. Stevie Wonder, That Girl, Do I Do, Ribbon in the Sky. Patrice Rushen, Forget Me Nots. You put that shit on, man. Lakeside, Something About That Woman. All the Michael Jackson stuff. Prince, 1999, same time. The Time, Cool in the Game. Luther was out at the time. Rick James out at the time. Even Rap, The Message, Grandmaster Flash, that was out at the time. Planet Rock, that was out in 1982. You understand? Cutie Pie by One Way, D-Train, Howard Johnson, So Fine, Atlantic Star, Circles. The list goes on and on. With these analog records in 82 that had a certain energy that resonates now. When you want to have an old school party, those are the records you put on, the 1982 records. The frequency was different. It was an analog frequency, and we are humans. We're analog people. We have an analog frequency. We're not digital people. See, let me tell you, 82, what happened right after 82? What happened right after 82? because even the electronic instruments, like the drum machines, the 808 and the Linn drum and all that, that still had an analog frequency to it. There was a warmth to it. That's why a lot of producers who like working with analog, and if you talk to any music producer, they want analog because there's a warmth to it, meaning a more human feel. There's a slight unpredictability to it. See, the sound waves were being caught on magnetic tape. So there's infinite curves of energy there, still a human feel to it. You see, 83, what happened? CDs. That's when they mass introduced compact discs in 83. Do y'all know that? In 83, that's when compact discs were introduced commercially all around the world. 1983.
Yeah, rule.
All right, I want you to follow me. That was the global rollout of compact discs. Music producers, y'all know, they introduced MIDI. All right, MIDI was introduced in 1983. You understand? Where MIDI, basically, you use like a computer or something to trigger all of the instruments. You can sync up all the instruments, push a button, and one instrument can trigger another. Okay? So now everything is going digital. They started using them digital synthesizers in the 80s too. So it didn't have the same feel as like a Moog keyboard, that analog feel that Parliament was playing, and Batman was playing. You understand? The frequency, it sounded good, but you didn't feel it the same way. You understand? There's a difference between it sounding good and you feeling it the same way. Like, for example, hell, a Big Mac tastes good,
that video,
but you don't feel it. You know what I'm saying?
Eugene,
Soul food, you feel that. You don't get you eat it to get the itis, you don't have to take a nap. It hits your soul. You full for the rest of the day. You eat a Big Mac, you'll be hungry an hour later. It tastes good, but you're gonna be hungry an hour later. Soul food, you eat you a good plate of some greens, some gumbo, some yams, some mac and cheese. You good for the rest of the day. Your ass is good. You good. That shit's gonna hit you. You're gonna take a nap for about 8-9 hours. It's gonna hit you. Same thing with analog and digital. Same thing. The digital sounds good. You don't feel it though. You don't feel it the same. You understand? It's a whole different frequency. See, when an analog record from 98 or from 82, when it hits the air in a room, the sound waves, it syncs perfectly with your biological rhythm. It hits your chakras, it moves through the body, it forces you to move. It's deep in your spirit. The digital frequencies, they're more binary. It's just ones and zeros. The brain has to subconsciously work over time to basically fill in those missing gaps of those digital staircases. You understand? You don't feel it the same way. You just don't feel it the same way. And Thriller, going back to the Thriller album, Michael studied the sonic rhythms and energy to make Thriller. They were experimenting with different sound waves and sound boards. They were just meticulous about how every snare, keyboard stab, drum hit, guitar lick, Michael was meticulous about how everything made the body feel. You understand? He was studying that like a scientist. You see? That's why it took off the way it did. You see? And the industry, they saw the success of Michael and how those sound waves and those energy waves work. Oh, hold on now. We can't have this. It's a big moneymaker, but we can't have a person with that much power, because Michael figured it out. I want y'all to understand something. They don't like that. They like the success and all the money they could make, but Michael had power. And Michael tapped into something. He uncovered how to use these sound waves and energy waves to tap into people. You understand? So they didn't want that to happen again. So he weaponized the analog groove in a positive way. He created a vibration that bypassed language, it bypassed borders, it bypassed race. Because remember, the industry, they control all of the genres anyway. So they don't mind the black section or the rock section or the Latin music, because they control all of it anyway. So they're going to make the money anyway. But when you got one person who meshed all of that together and removed all of those borders and boundaries, that was a threat. You understand what I'm saying? Michael removed all of that shit. No. We ain't gonna have the black artists just over here. Yeah, Michael, there's a reason. Hell, Michael had people passing out then. There's a reason that the energy that brother was putting out there, the frequency. Hell, the movie, the Michael movie, the movie has people passing out. Have y'all seen that? There's cases now where people are going to see the Michael movie that's out now, passing out in the damn theaters. That energy is still there. You know? It's heavy. But I want y'all to understand something, how the dominant society thinks. They're like, we can't have this dude mastering global vibrational dominance. You understand? That brother created that wavelength that transcended everything. And nobody's ever seen anything like that. Ain't nobody seen that like Michael? And that's an institutional threat of unified frequency. See, they rely on division. See, they rely, the powers that be, they rely on people operating on different low frequency wavelengths, fear, distraction, separation. So when you have one independent-minded black man wielding power to unify the physical and spiritual energy of the entire planet simultaneously, that's the problem. You understand? So a lot of the powers that be, they didn't look at the Thriller phenomenon as a musical success. They kind of looked at that as a terrifying institutional threat. That's one dude who got way too much influence over the collective human vibration. That's why Michael was going overseas doing deals and people giving. Y'all know, I want y'all to really understand that deal that they gave Michael and how unprecedented that was. People don't really understand the gravity of it. They always downplay that deal that Michael did with Sony. And remember, Michael did that Sony deal with Japan. Sony is owned by Japan. So Michael was able to skip over all of the white tea executives and go directly to Sony because they got a lot of love for Michael in Japan.
Sony.
Nobody else would have got that kind of deal.
New York, sir.
Where Michael owned half of everybody's publishing. Do y'all understand that? I want y'all to feel me on that. They try to make it seem like he just had the Beatles publishing or he just had Elvis. No. He had half of everybody's publishing. People, do y'all understand that? All of these record labels are basically under Sony. Yeah, he owned everybody's publishing. They don't want to say that.
No, that is
they don't want to make it seem like, oh, this black man just outsmarted everybody. They don't want to say that. Because when you think about it, damn, how did he do that? Yeah. So they always try to downplay it as if he had a couple of people's publishing. No. He had half of everybody's publishing. And he was giving the publishing back to the black artists. You understand? They had a problem with that. They had a problem with that. So the thing is, man, the industry, they had to do a digital containment. Well, if you can't stop the artists, they're going to have to change the rules of the environment. This is how they think. They think deep. So they saw the global reach of Thriller. They said, hey, we got to go back to the drawing board. We're going to have to push digital. We're going to have to make everything digital because this analog, people are figuring out this analog thing and they're controlling people with it. So they had to dismantle the whole analog infrastructure so that a record with the physical unifying weight of Thriller, they can't have nothing that organically built again. They had to sever that analog umbilical cord. You see? So they forced the industry into this sterile, chopped up frequency of digital audio. And you can't really tap into the spirit of the listeners. See, with analog, you can tap into the spirit. Listen to old records, man. Listen to old vinyl. You can feel the spirit. Listen to old Motown records. You feel the spirit in those records. You know what I'm saying? Listen to Parliament. You feel the spirit. Listen to James Brown. You can feel the spirit in those records. You know what I'm saying? It just hits different on a spiritual level. You feel it. A good brother Bobby Hemmett talked about that too, how the vinyl wax was creating certain frequencies that was healing people and bringing folks together and all. Yeah, they had to change that. Bobby Hemmett used to talk about this. You understand? Bobby Hemmett used to talk about this. The carbon of the records and our tapping in with our melanin, the carbon and how that shit would tap in with our melanin. Remember, records, family, that was a unifier. I want you, come on, let's get the FBA family. Y'all know our parents back in the 70s and 80s had big ass record collections. You go to any FBA house, we had a big ass record collection. People would come over, put them records on, and it would be a vibe. Folks come over, put them records on, and it would be a vibe at your house. You know what I'm saying? It was always a positive vibe. It was always a constructive vibe. It was a unifying vibe. You understand? We had crates of records. And we would bond and go over each other's house and listen to records and kick it. That was a bonding thing. You understand? That analog frequency on that carbon vinyl, that was unifying us. You dig? That was our culture. So now when things got to digital, the energy changed. You know, the energy changed. So now going into the 80s, they changed the frequency, and now they put a new synthetic drug in the communities too. You done got crack and digital. So now everything is artificial. There's an artificial energy in the community now. Yeah? Now everybody's tripping. Now cats go out to the club and you go out to the skating rink, everybody fighting now. You know, so the whole energy changed right in the mid-80s. Y'all feel me? Right in the mid-80s, the energy changed. Now people, you get together, everybody fighting. You know? Everybody's tripping, banging on each other. So yeah, there was a violence in it. It wasn't a unifying thing no more. You know? Everybody's angry and high, real talk. Right. The energy changed. So we better understand how energy and frequencies work and how those in the dominant society, they want to come in and mess up the frequency and mess up the energy because they know that we are energy people. So they know they got to come on in and put a monkey wrench in that energy. But again, going back to our brother Michael, Michael understood music. He understood energy. He understood frequencies. That's why the record came out in 1982, an analog record, which was a masterpiece in analog science. It's the biggest selling record in history. That's a gift and a curse. They're like, hey, we're going to have to look into this. We can't have one person with that much power. Y'all know Thriller sold, the estimates, it sold 100 million copies. They say 75,000. They say between 75,000 and 100 million. That means over 100 million. Y'all know how many records, one record? Do y'all understand that? One album sold 100 million copies? That's like, shit. A quarter of the people on the planet bought the record. You know, a record that's on the charts now. It's back on the charts now. It's topping the charts now. Yeah, this is in the 80s, by the way. Some of y'all don't understand. In the 80s, there was no digital downloads. You sold 100,000 copies in the 80s. That means you had to get 100,000 people had to put on their clothes, go out of their homes, and physically purchase the record. You had to get up, put your clothes on, and go somewhere to physically buy it. You made 100 million people get up and go somewhere and do something. You know how powerful that is, family? Think about that. That's why they were attacking our brother like that. Yeah, with no internet. There was no internet, no streaming, none of that stuff. These were hard copies, ladies and gentlemen. That is powerful. Nobody has done that besides our brother. You understand? That's why Thriller is untouched. And nobody will ever sell that many records or command that kind of global unity again. The industry say, oh, no, we're going to digitize all this stuff. That gate was locked behind him. They looked at, what am I doing? Hold on. They're telling me to do a puzzle here. Okay. Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second. Okay. They're telling me to do some kind of puzzle. But yeah, they locked that gate behind Michael. They don't want nobody doing that, especially a black artist. They don't want no black artist doing that. They changed the frequency of the whole culture to ensure that music is a product you consume. Michael turned that shit into a spiritual force that elevates and unifies the masses on a molecular level. They don't like that now. You know? No, they don't like that. What's up? Well, shout out to people who are just coming in here. Respect to you. Shout out to the people who are just coming in here. Respect to you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, they don't want no black artists doing that no more. They don't want no white artists doing it, let alone a black one who's doing R&B. Because remember, Thriller was an R&B record. He changed and redefined what pop was, but Thriller was an R&B record. Understand? Yeah, they can't change the frequency of the music itself, but how you consume it. This is what they want to change, how it's recorded and all that. This is why you see a lot of producers who are hell-bent on just doing things analog. And that's why live music feels better. It's a better vibe when the music is live. You see, man. Oh yeah, that Bootsy and George Clinton, all that stuff, those analog records, those things hit different. They hit different. All right. Some people in here were not around in the 80s. I know I got a lot of young people here. That's why I'm trying to educate them. We do have a lot of very young people in here. So we're just trying to educate them to let them know what the game was back in the day. Because a lot of my young people here, y'all don't understand the analog part of the game. It was a whole different thing. If you listen to those old records, it had a different feel. My people who were around at that time, y'all know the feel of the records are so different. It's completely different. Yeah, my Gen Xers, y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Gen Xers know what I'm talking about. Earth, Wind, and Fire record, y'all know the energy was different. It's a different energy. Yeah. Man. So yeah, we have a different appreciation for that. You know? Yeah, it ain't the same. You know, the stuff coming out sonically is not the same. That's why when we did our Mink Slide project, the goal was to make the albums feel like albums from 82. That was the whole goal of when I was doing the Mink Slide stuff, to make the album sound like they come from the year 1982. I was going for an 82 vibe. That's why the look and everything has an old school 82, early 80s vibe. Yeah, City Lights, yeah. We tried to do as much of it analog as possible. Even the studio we recorded out in Hollywood, they had one of those old school analog boards. I looked specifically for a studio that had an analog board because I wanted to capture that warm 80s sound. The guy who mastered it, we got a guy who mastered all of those funk records from the 80s. We got him to do the mastering on the records. I can't think of the guy. I can't think of his name. But yeah, we saw like his name is on the back of a lot of those 80s records. So we got him to master our stuff to give it that same feel. That's why our Mink Slide records, we were all on the damn Billboard charts. And people are like, where the hell y'all come from? Yeah, our first album, Egyptian Musk, we were on like 3 or 4 different charts on Billboard. People felt that shit. You know? Yeah, that song we did, Your Touch, by Mink Slide and the APX. Shout out to my brother and sister from the APX. Yeah, that song, Your Touch, that's a vibe. It has a 1982 vibe on it. Y'all look at the song I wrote called Your Touch. That's a single. We never that's on APX's album. That's not on the Mink Slide album. But yeah, my brother D from APX produced that and I wrote it. And that's a banger. It's called Your Touch. Y'all can listen to it. It's by Mink Slide and the APX on YouTube. That's me singing on there. People overseas love that. They love that stuff overseas. You know? Man. Yeah, y'all listen to some of the Mink Slide stuff? You heard it playing in a hotel in Vegas? Yeah. They were playing it. They play that stuff all over the place. Yeah. Yes, indeed. But yeah, 82, man. That's why you put on a record of R&B record from 82, that energy still hits, man. That's why a lot of those artists from 82, they can still tour now. Evelyn Champagne King still tours now. Patrice Rushen tours now. Charlie Wilson, that man's still doing sold out concerts, doing them songs from 82. Yeah. Cool in the Gang. Come on, put on a Cool in the Gang record from the damn early 80s. Listen how sonically crisp that shit is. You feel that. Yeah, Jeffrey Osborne, still touring, 82. Stephanie Mills, hits from 82, still touring. SOS Band. You know, Cameo. Come on. They can still hit the road. Yeah, Patrice Rushen, yeah, that early 80s sound. Go listen to Patrice Rushen and how crisp that was, that analog, smooth-ass sound and how rich it is. You understand? Yeah, it's a different frequency. Yeah, You Remind Me and Forget Me Nots and all that. Man, it's a whole different frequency. It's Cheryl Lynn, Encore, with Jam and Lewis. You know, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis produced that. Oh, yeah. Man. Yeah, Patrice Rushen, badass sister. Badass sister. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Let me get the family in here. Let me talk to the family in here. Yeah. Shout out to the family. Let me get y'all in here. Y'all raise your hand. I ain't gonna be in here too long. I ain't gonna be in here too long, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Miss Natasha? Let me just do it like this. Y'all raise your hand and I get you on. Let me get Roger the Aviator. Let's get Roger here. Like, raise your hand and I get you on. All right. Brother Roger?
What's going on, Tariq? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How you doing, Raj?
I'm chilling, man. Can't complain. Just 2 questions about the Michael movie.
Yes.
First question is, do you think it needs a part 2? And my follow-up question is, being that you're a filmmaker, what would you prioritize and emphasize if there were to be a part 2?
Oh, good question. Good question. I think there's going to be a part 2, definitely. I would like to know how they're going to do it from a legal standpoint. My thing is, how are they going to try to avoid any type of lawsuits? Because the Jackson estate, people, they look for reasons to try to get them in litigation. So my concern would be who's going to be the bad guy in the new, like in the first one, Joe Jackson was kind of the bad guy. Who are they going to make the bad guy in the second one and avoid litigation? Because they can go so many different ways with it. I would say put Tommy Mottola on the hot seat. Those executives at Epic, I would like for them to go into him buying that Sony catalog and all the negative press that came after that. I would love for them to, wait, can y'all hear me? Somebody said I'm going in and out. I would love for them to go into that. That would be phenomenal if they went there. My thing is, I think they'll be caught up in so much litigation. Also, that Conrad Murray, go in and then go in on his ass, So there's a lot of directions they can go into. If they were to get into the allegations thing, go into who was orchestrating it. There's a lot of things they can go into. My thing would be, how would they get around the litigation? You dig? How could they get around the litigation that would come with it? All right. Man, let me get a couple of more people in here. And don't forget, man, we got an event at the Hidden History Museum, the Memorial Weekend Mic Drop happening on May 23rd. Y'all need to get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. All right. hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Yeah, they got to be real careful, because I think in this first one, they did want to talk about certain allegations, but they saw certain clauses and certain agreements where you couldn't talk about certain things. That's the problem. The estate, they don't want to get caught up in litigation, so they got to really tiptoe around a lot of stuff. So I don't know what was signed. Again, I would love for them to go in on that Sony thing and the execs turning on Michael. I would love that. I think that would be phenomenal. All right. Okay, Askia, I'm not going in and out, but people can hear me perfectly. Yeah, I'm not going in and out, sir. People can hear me perfectly. Askia, sound like, are you in there trolling, Askia? All right, hold on one second. Excuse me. Sound like you might be in here trolling. Cats in here talking about, are you going in and out? I can't hear nothing. People can hear me fine. So Askia, sound like you might be trolling, because everybody can hear me fine, right? Yeah, everybody can hear me fine. That's an energy disruptor. All right. Yeah, they can't use Joe in the next movie. Right. Okay. So I'm good. Okay. All right. Y'all can hear me. Okay. There you go. The audio is A1. That's good. All right. Should I get one more, ladies and gentlemen? Let me get one more. Y'all raise your hand. All right. Let's get one more in here. Let's get one more good call, ladies and gentlemen. One more call. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand. Shit. Let me see your hands raised. All right. Feeling Love. Yeah, that's we enjoyed doing that song. And y'all can go stream the Mink Slide albums. Y'all go it's on Spotify. Go look up Mink Slide on Spotify and Tidal and all that to hear some of our Mink Slide records. Oh yeah, I didn't do the Majora prayer yesterday. And Nikki wanted me to do it, and I wanted to do it for the sister whose son was having surgery, to kind of give some good energy out there. You know what? Let me do the Majora prayer now before I forget. Let me do the Majora prayer for the family, because I have not done the Majora prayer in a minute. I have not done the Majora prayer. So let's do the Majora prayer real quick. Should I get some music with it? Hold on. Let me get a little music with it. A little background music. All right, hold on. Okay, that sounds like Mary Poppins. Okay, nope. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let me see. Hold on, the music. Yeah, that don't sound right. Hold on. Okay, we ain't gonna do no music. Okay. We'll just do it without the music. The music is throwing it off. I was trying to get a little gospel thing. But anyway, we're gonna do the Majora prayer. Most High, creator of all. We honor the Majara spirit within us. Ancestral power flows through our veins, guiding us with wisdom and strength. May we walk with the grace of our ancestors, those who have come before us, and honor their sacrifices. Let the energy of Majara protect us from harm and uplift our spirits and guide us towards our true purpose. With every step, may we embrace the sacred power within the spirit that has carried us through trials and tribulations. We ask for clarity, strength, and peace as we live with purpose, rooted in our divine heritage. Through the Majara spirit, we are connected, we are whole, we are powerful. Amen. And you know what, family? Y'all need to go to majara.org. We're going to have the Majara prayer plaques because people have been asking about that. We're going to have those up there at majara.org, MOJAURA.org. We're going to have the Majara plaques with the Majara prayer on it. And we're going to have those for sale for the family. So y'all can go there and get that. All right. Anyway, let me go ahead and wrap it on up, ladies and gentlemen. But go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, get your tickets for the Memorial Weekend mic drop. All right. I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, Lulavubi to the family, please.
Work in the morning, work in the afternoon, work in the evening. I'm coming back to you.
All right, that was interesting. That was real interesting. Yeah. Shout out to Michael Jackson. He was definitely tapped in with them frequencies. And yeah, the new movie does have that feel to it too. Yeah, he said Gary, Indiana still ghetto, yeah. Don't forget Prince. Soft and wet, yeah. That's true, y'all. Yeah, drove through the one night. I was tired at the truck stop. Where's Shabaki going? What happened to Shabaki, y'all? I just got dozed off for like 10 minutes or some crazy shit. Yep, there's Shabaki now. Shabaki. What happened? We can't sign back in. Restart the computer. Restart the computer. Resend it. He was already public. He was already on the hit list before that, though, Shabaki. That's what he was talking about. Yeah. Well, that's where the mob comes in, Shabaki. That's what he was talking about. But all right. I just sent it to.
You know, we've been seeing for years Black people minding their own business in their neighborhoods, in front of their homes. And you always got these folks show up, and it's great to address these particular.
Yep, I just sent it.
Topics, because these people are
Okay, Shabaka, I'll see you on the air. Shabaka got kicked out the studio. I was like, what the hell happened to Shabaka? All right, so moving along, we got Black woman interrogated by a white HOA member for just sitting in her car. Let me get this back to normal speed.
Really the most miserable people I ever seen.
Let me get back to normal speed. Okay. What rule? No.
You know, we've been seeing for years Black people minding their own business in their neighborhoods, in front of their homes. And you always got these folks show up, and it's great to address these particular topics because these people are really the most miserable people I ever seen in my life. I'll be honest with you. I've been reviewing these people do this for over a decade, well over a decade. And these people have not stopped. Let's go ahead and play this video with this particular sister. Let's get into it.
What do you mean, is there a problem?
No public area.
What do you mean, is there a problem?
Well, you are not moving your car.
I live here.
Well, I realize that, so do all the other homeowners, and they still can't do that. Would you do me a favor? Tell your father to read the...
No, you tell him.
I'm sorry?
You tell him.
Why me?
Because I have a problem. I don't know how to do that. I have problems.
Look, we go way back.
I pay the HOA here. You know that?
That doesn't mean you can break the rules.
How am I breaking the rules? I live here. You said this is private. I live here. If I was to be here playing with a tennis and a racket...
You can do that.
Right.
But you're not.
I'm not parked because I'm not out of my car. I'm sitting in my car, so technically I'm not parked.
No.
And I live here, so I can park here.
No, you cannot. And we will send it to your parents that you cannot just sit here and hang out. It's not a hangout.
You don't like my mom. That's why you're coming to pick on me.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're telling
Okay,
me.
walk
Your
away.
mom tells me that.
Okay, walk away.
If you were somebody else, I would say the same.
You have to be the most miserable person ever to go mess with somebody sitting in a car. That is the last thing I'm going to go do is walk up on somebody. I don't care what you doing in your car. As long as you're not harming me and my family, you can sit out there all day, all night if you want to. It's a public street. So the history of the Homeowner Association basically was to keep Black people out. That was their way of saying we don't want no Blacks in the neighborhood, so we're going to create these homeowner associations and these rules to keep Black people out. That's really the history of a homeowner association. So, and think about it. These homeowner associations have been horrible to a lot of homeowners. I've seen stories. I mean, we even covered it. And one, you know, how they'll go after your house. They'll tell you how to cut your grass. You got to ask permission to do any kind of upgrades to your own home that you're paying for. This homeowner association isn't paying for your home at all. And yet they can even foreclose on your house if you don't pay homeowner association fees. They can do that, ladies and gentlemen. They can. That's why some people are like, yeah, I'm cool in the homeowner association. I don't want nothing to do with that. Because what they claim, well, we have it to protect the values of the home. It don't matter about them people. Well, let a person do what they want to do in their home, right? Well, I grew up in the neighborhood. They had no homeowner association, and Black people did just fine.
Right.
You know, but these homeowner associations aren't worth crap. They aren't. Why put it like this? The point of you owning a home is to not be told what to do, right? You know, like you're in an apartment complex, whatever the case may be. So you purchase a home, say, hey, I'm owning a home. It's my home, my domain. And then you being told you can't park a certain place. Well, you know, you can't have that car on the street. Oh, well, you know, it has to be this, it has to be that. It's like, okay, is this an apartment complex or is this a home? You're sure not paying this mortgage. But you have to understand, and if you notice the pattern, it's always an older white woman that's out here just harassing. You know why? Because she's usually miserable. And you know, the white man himself, he kind of discards his women when they get older anyway. So, and if they still got a man, he probably messing around on some of them, right? You know, and I said some, not all. And they always, that's when they become, if you notice, they become more and more anti-Black racists is when they get older. Now, when they're younger and they can still pull dudes, You don't really see a whole lot of that with them. But boy, when they get older and they hit that wall, oh boy, that's when they coming for all of the anti-Black racism toward us. When they hit that wall, that is the start of their racist journey. You better believe that. But I like how this sister handled that. She's like, all right, that's enough of that, and raise up the window and let her keep talking outside. She's filming, like an idiot. Like, what are you filming for? I mean, what's going to happen out of that? You filming? Y'all are just weird. You're just so much weirdos. There's so many things in life that you could be doing and focusing on your life, but no, you're out here messing with a Black person, mind their business. And then when a Black person gets you good and cussed out, then you want to say, oh, well, why they talking to me this way? Or if a Black person really, like put you in your place, sometimes they may have to put hands on you, depends on what you did, then you want to say they're wrong. Leave Black people alone, and they won't be put in a position to tell you anything. Who are you? You don't see Black people walking up on you talking about, hey, what you doing in your car?
So Uncle Phil played a video of his sister being harassed.
Oh, yeah.
From Nabisco.
Yeah, sitting in that car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Uncle Phil was just finishing up with that.
All right.
Hey, business. Are you paying the car note? Is this your car? It's funny, but I wouldn't want to be that miserable. I wouldn't want to be an older man harassing some young woman or young man that's minding their business. That means my life sucks. If I can't find nothing more to do than just go outside and harass somebody, that means I didn't do nothing with my life. Because by the time that age, I should be just enjoying my life, chill, laid back. I'm not worried about nobody. I'm just doing whatever. I'm just living a good life at that point. I'm not struggling with nobody. I'm not fighting with nobody, nothing. I'm chill. And most of them aren't in that position. So all they have is harassment and anti-Black racism. But shout out to our sister for handling that old school. Yes, I'll say it's anti-Black racism, because when you pull up on a white person, sit in their car, 10 times out of 10, you wouldn't. That's all they do is want to be racist to Black people. But you know what? They just mad that we can buy homes that they think we shouldn't be buying. We can drive cars they think we shouldn't be driving. We have careers they think we shouldn't have, because in their rabid mind, they thinking all of us supposed to be poor and destitute and don't have anything. No, we're going to live good in spite of everything they ever done to us. So shout out to our sister for handling that just right. Raise up that window, don't even worry about her. She's just silly and stupid. She wasted her whole life, and the highlight of her day is to come out there and harass a Black person. Well, I would never want my life to be that much of a failure.
I stayed.
Well, Karens are dangerous, people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Karens is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And keep in mind, no disrespect to the ladies. There is no Black power in white pussy.
Right.
And that's the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I do know the word is the truth. You know what I mean?
And Kel Dog, if an old Karen harasses me, I'm gonna yell, I don't sell D. I don't sell Black D.
That's right, Cal Dog. That's right. That's right. And then to prove Cal Dog's point, furthermore, okay, over the course of my lifetime, people are saying, well, Shabak, how come you don't deal with Nabisco women? And the answer to that is just like what Cal Dog says. There ain't no Black power in white Karen. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, they got that age-old thing, on the plantation, where the white woman would tell the Black fella that if he doesn't fuck her, she's gonna yell rape, okay? And that's why if you ever saw that motion picture Mandingo with Ken Norton and Mr. Ali, crumb bombed on Ken Norton real bad behind that. You know what I mean? He really did.
But getting back on topics about the HOAs,
Oh, the homeowners association. I think that they're a ripoff. No, they are a total ripoff. Those HOAs, because all what it is, man, is a gated community trying to be quote unquote sovereign. You see what I'm saying? You know, say. And then too, what about some of the black homeowners association? You know, why do some of these black entertainers won't set up their own black HOAs, you know, for black professionals and what have you, with the mansions and stuff like that? And I may be wrong, but when I had accepted everybody's challenge to go down south, as you know, Brother Che, what I did, you say, you know, Atlanta, you know, I had to give it to the ATL, you know, although I think we in Los Angeles hosted a better Olympics, but I have to give it to Black Atlanta, you know. Okay, HOAs are not just in gated communities. Okay, Cal Dog, wait a minute, Cal Dog, yeah, you're right about that. Is because don't the HOAs have their own private security, man? Because I remember I went into an HOA up in the Bay Area, and I was visiting some people from Azania, believe it or not. So here comes the Karen, you know what I'm saying? And I says, first of all, are you in possession of a peace officer standard card? She says, no. I says, okay, I don't have to talk to you because you're not a law enforcement official, you know. So, you know, the people finally came to the door, you know what I'm saying? And I told them when we went down, they said, don't worry about it, is that, you know, we'll take care of it. So they filed a complaint against the HOA, you know, for violating the rights of a guest of theirs. You see what I'm like, whoa, okay, this is news to me. You know what I'm saying? So what it is just like, what was the name of the movie, man, where the brother and the sister, you know, had bought a house in an HOA, okay? And so the brother and the sister, they was getting a freak on, and the Karen's son, you know, was peeping in a window, right? So the brother went over there, was doing some work for whatever, asked to use her restroom, and he took a wrong turn, and he had saw of how his whole house was under surveillance by this Karen. You see what I'm saying? You know, and what it is, white folk always had a fetish for having sex with black people. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what that is. You know what I'm saying? Over the course of my lifetime, I've been approached by the Karens, and I just go on and tell them, have a nice day. You know what I mean? Yeah. And, whatnot. Then I had a lot of brothers tell me, oh man, you crazy and all that. I says, why is that? How am I crazy? Oh man, that white girl wanted to get with you, man. You turned her down. I said, yeah, well, that's the standard operating procedure for me. Not saying I'm all that, particularly at this age now, but this is like in my 30s, 40s, and 50s. What have you. Yeah, you say, you know. And so, and it's just weird, people. You say, now, this is why, now, Brother Champ, speaking for myself on this one. Okay, this is why, you know, when I get friends requests from Karens, block. Okay, but on the Facebook like page, unfortunately, they opened it up to everybody. You say, so do you know, y'all, I spent, man, every damn bit of about 4 hours, man, blocking the Nabiscos. You know what I mean? Okay, is because one Nabisco is going to say, well, we're all human and all that. I says, Nabisco, I'm out here in Las Vegas. Tell me, could you sit out there in 125-degree heat? No, I'll get sunburned. I says, precisely my point. And you know I'm going, Brother Che, and I'm saying this here for the sake of our listeners now. I says, okay, Nabisco, what color is a snake's belly? It's white. And then also, too, it sheds its skin, right? Yeah. I says, And I says, and this is what you all do out here in this sun. You know what I mean? What happens? You say the sun, you know, is vitamin D. Okay. Damn doctor tells me I'm vitamin D deficient again, y'all. So I told my family, they said, well, you sitting out there with all that damn sun, take your ass out in the sun. So I'll be out in it tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? You know. Okay, but what happens is that they hate us because they cannot be us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's beyond now. You ain't you the psychology major, brother Chase? No, you're the law major. Didn't we have a psychology major at one time who used to come on in and get up here with us?
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot who it was. Okay, but the thing is, people, you don't never know what's on a motherfucker's mind. You know what I'm saying? Because the human mind is as unlimited as space itself. And then when we tune into our frequencies, you see what I'm saying, with the universe, they wonder, how do we put up with so much of that hell and keep preserving? Just like when they burned down the Black Wall Street. I'd be a son of a bitch if they didn't rebuild that motherfucker back. Because after all, I went to the Black Wall Street. I've been there on Greenwood, Archer, and Pine. You know what I'm saying? Just like in sports, you know, we dominate them in sports. And then Cal Dog, I'm sure you remember Jimmy the Greek. You remember Jimmy the Greek? Anybody? From the 70s when they used to have the NFL on CBS and Jimmy the Greek was on there and Jane Kennedy was on there. Now, this here, people, would be about the late 70s, early 80s. Yeah, okay, waiting on some responses on that. Okay. All right, so I'm going to elaborate. Okay. Jane Kennedy, you know, who was married to Leon Isaac Kennedy, as we all know, was approached as if she would ever date white men. And she said no. Okay. Just like Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, and I think I sent you that clip, Che, via the phone, where Dr. Wilson was talking about the white woman's fetish with the black man. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So that's what it all boils down to. Now, Jimmy the Greek.
All right, we're going off on another tangent somewhere else. All right, so HOAs are bad. Stay away from the HOAs if you can.
Right.
That reason. So the next topic is Delaware woman celebrating 108th birthday. Says key to a healthy life is to keep moving.
Yeah. Okay, Cal Dog says him and a homie was talking about the Greek last night. Okay, all right. Okay, on that frequency, but we're going to keep it moving. And then we could put down a future show, Brother Che, if you want.
This morning, a Delaware woman is celebrating a major milestone birthday, and we mean major. She is 108 years old.
Bless her heart.
Miss Susan Young Brown is a celebrity in her own way, one of the first members of Modern Maturity Center. She's been coming here since 1973.
Wow.
Inside the Senior Community Center, Miss Brown is likely the most senior.
I'm over 100. 108.
Yes, she's 108 years old. She still joins group workouts 3 times a week. And yes, she still drives.
They renewed my driver's license until 2033.
She says the key to a healthy life is movement.
When I get up in the morning, I get down on the floor and I have an exercise routine. I think I've been doing it for the last 20 years.
Born in 1918 in Houston, Delaware, Miss Brown grew up during segregation, helping her family on a farm without running water or electricity. She later attended Delaware State College for colored students, and after graduating in 1945, spent 30 years teaching children across Delaware, including in a one-room schoolhouse.
When I retired, I said, well, now I walked around that classroom for 30 years, and I'm not going to sit down.
She's been married twice and is known for her sense of humor.
I guess I'm not very good material for men.
She has a son, a daughter, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren who are all lucky enough to enjoy her famous 7-Up pound cake, but only on special occasions.
Butter. I heard of them 7-Up pound cakes. They're good as hell.
Her famous 7-Up pound cake to her front row seat at 108th birthday party attended by more than 130 people, including Governor Matt Meyer. Miss Brown continues to make an entrance everywhere she goes.
I grow old gracefully.
And for someone who's lived more than a century, the perfect birthday gift, her very own reserved parking spot for drivers over 100.
See you later.
Oh my gosh, Miss Brown, you look amazing. I cannot believe 108.
Okay, see you trying to bring it in, but it froze. It is Uncle Phil.
That's a beautiful thing. 108 years old.
Yeah, yeah, they be on, man. I ain't had one in years, cow dog, you know. But you see, this is what I was trying to tell your boy El Ya. Okay, like Sister Miriam Makeba said about that, we pass down the traditions orally. So I'm sure that sister has a whole lot to pass down, because when an elder passes on, a whole library goes with them.
Yeah.
You know? No, really, you know, ancient African proverb, you know. And then with dumpsters out here, you know, when you tell dumpsters that, oh no, you're a black racist guy and all that, and I tell them to go wash their funky asses, man. Yeah. And I hate having to do that, but when you reach a certain age, y'all, you're going to find out, man, how much your tolerance for bullshit is going to diminish quite rapidly. Okay, brother, check. All right. Okay, you fading in and out, man. I see your avatar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. So, and also too, cow dog, you all going to go through it, man. You're going to reach a certain age, man, where ain't nobody going to tell you shit about what you lived through. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, they ain't here now and what have you. So if you get the ones who are receptive to the knowledge, give it to them. If they're rejected, okay, brother, ain't no love lost. Have a nice day. You know what I mean? You know, see, and then like when they talk this shit, well, all of us are the same. No, we ain't the same people. Can you imagine how boring this thing called life would be, man, if everybody was the fucking same, man? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because everybody got a different experience. That's why we do Shabaka's Black Experience to enhance. Everybody comes from a different background and all that old good kind of stuff. You want to sit down there and exchange ideas and ancient African proverb, take what is useful, leave what is useless. You know, Brother Che, because I told you about the white person that approached me. You know what I'm saying? And we had a 2.5 hour conversation. Okay, and I told them, I says, well, I ain't Ali, never will be Ali. But however, Muhammad Ali, as far as I know, was the only bridge that I saw between black militancy and white conservatism.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Dr. King, had he would have lived longer, I think he could have done that as well too. And then, of course, as we all know, that King was leaning toward Malcolm's philosophy, man, with the concept of the burning house, that I'm not gonna go down no rabbit hole on. Okay, well, what's Uncle Phil talking about?
All right, so Uncle Phil is talking about Clyburn.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Jimbo Jangles Clyburn.
Yeah.
That's when we demanded reparations. Now we laugh. Now we get to laugh, or we will laugh, if they get him out his seat.
Right.
So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on Jimbo Jangles Clyburn possibly losing his job. Great news.
A lot of times we talk about these pastors at these churches and the ridiculous amount of money.
That's not the right video. I'm sorry, y'all. That's not the right video. I meant to talk about that too.
Oh, the pastor demanded the 10 grand. So
Clyburn. Boy, I tell you. You know, I remember when people was pulling up to you about reparations. You remember that?
If you wait on cash payments to come out of reparations, you're going to wait forever. It's not going to happen. So what you got to do, let me talk. Don't put that in my face.
Why are you touching me?
Right on, Cal, dog.
I'm going to leave you alone.
Cut the check. Tell Nancy Pelosi to cut the check.
Yeah.
You do that for me?
She's the treasurer.
Cut the check. Somebody better cut the check. Well, reparations are owed, sir.
Talk to them.
ADOS, you're not going to run away from this issue, Congressman.
Oh, I'm not trying to run away from it.
It seems like you are. You're walking away right now.
Oh.
But people pulled up on you at the fish fry, okay? And you was laughing in their face about reparations, you remember? You was wanting people removed because they was asking you about reparations. It was all, you were laughing at them. See, it was funny back then talking about the reparations, but is it funny now, Clyburn? Is it funny? Is it a joke now that they about to get you out of Congress? Not because the people didn't want you there no more. I mean, I think you should have been gone personally. You should have. I mean, come on. I mean, dude, you mean tell me no young brother or sister couldn't do that? See what's happening to y'all. A lot of you in the Congressional Black Caucus, you have forsaken Black America. You don't care about what Black Americans are talking about. A lot of you had held contempt toward Black America. Isn't that right? They're holding contempt. Y'all are out here promoting illegal immigration.
Yeah.
Y'all's out here promoting LGBT. And when it's time to come vote, these people, I'm talking about the immigrants who have maybe first generation or just became naturalized who can vote, they don't show up to vote for you. But your party, I'm talking about the Congressional Black Caucus, you have never stood on business for things for Black America. You own this minority coalition crap when the rest of the community say we are not in no minority coalition with nobody, because nobody wants to be in a coalition with us. We're not doing one-sided coalitions anymore. And y'all still pushing a minority coalition that has not benefited Black America. Y'all been off code for a very long time. Y'all have this attitude to hell with the Black community. We follow what the white liberal says in the Democrat Party. And now you're going to come around and say, oh, these Republicans, this is racism. Oh, yeah. I mean, duh. Yes, we know that's why they're doing it. But you really can't come to us now about racism, because when we told you about racism, when we told you, and Clyburn's the main reason about Joe Biden, if you really want to go there, the reason why we got Biden is because of him. We told you about all our issues and problems. When y'all did the added the special provision to the James Byrd Jr. Matthew Shepard Hate Crimes Act to create a special office within the DOJ to help prosecute anti-Asian hate crimes. Y'all in the Congressional Black Caucus voted for it. You didn't rise up and say, hey, why Black people why are you not creating an office for Black Americans? When we have can prove by FBI statistics that Black Americans are the number one victim of hate crime every year.
Right.
Yeah, and you should have said, listen, I don't support hate crime against no group of people. But if you're going to create it for them, you better create one for us. As a matter of fact, if you don't, we all the Congressional Black Caucus not voting for it, and we all going to tell our people the reason why we never didn't vote for it. Because you refuse to protect Black Americans.
Right.
See, Clyburn, if you were standing on business like that, then we all be behind you at this point. If you wasn't laughing in Black people's face about reparations, Then we could be behind you, Clyburn. Just telling you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't speak for we. Let me speak for me. I can't, in good conscience, go defend you against them folks because you've been around them folks for years and your district is still poor.
Still.
You haven't done nothing for your district in all those years you've been there, sir.
Mm.
And for sure, you haven't done nothing for black people. You talking about you got all this power in the Democrat Party. That's never translated to nothing for the greater good for us in Black America.
Right.
Y'all have voted for foreign wars. Y'all have voted for funding for weapons for people across the seas.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all won't stand on business for reparations. Y'all vote for the military budget and all of that constantly. Y'all know every year the almost $1 trillion a year goes to the military.
Yeah.
Now one of y'all stood up and said, "Hey, wait a minute, hold on. We spending this much on military, but we can't do reparations."
Yeah.
And y'all not doing this with a study. And so you know what? We're not gonna vote for no military. Y'all vote on it. We gonna vote no. Y'all vote whatever for you want. We voting no.
Pretty
and the only
much.
reason why is because you claim we need a study for reparations, but we don't need no study to spend almost $1 trillion on military. When we're in debt, we're in a lot of debt, and we still spend all the money we got instead of paying off our debts. You understand what I'm saying? We're what they say, we are $39 trillion in debt. Not $1 billion in debt, $1 trillion in debt.
Yeah, and the trillion is
And the money you do get in your hand, you go put it all in military? So you can keep on waging war on people for what? Nobody ain't bothering us, to be honest with you. They're leaving us alone. They're actually imploding, not us. They're actually imploding on themselves from within. Nobody's attacking them. Yes, Rhonda. The military, yes, you're right. The military service members, the men and women of the military, they don't get that. Matter of fact, they were talking about wanting to do an audit of the money with Department of, well, I guess War now. And they didn't do it. They didn't get it done. A lot of them saying they didn't know where the money going. So all that money, you don't know where it's going? Because military people aren't rich. They're not rich. Soldiers aren't rich. Even generals aren't rich. So where all that money going? But you can't do reparations? You got veterans out here as homeless. That military budget is not used to help the homeless veterans that's on the streets who serve this country. So where all the money going? But they don't question anything. They just go along whatever the Democrat Party wants. Clyburn, you too, go whatever they want it. But now you want to call out the Republicans. You've been knowing the Republicans are that way forever. Why say something about the Republicans now? Oh, because now they ain't got a chance to get at you. See, y'all been in these Republicans' face the whole time, and they couldn't wait to get you out of there. They couldn't wait. Let me tell y'all something. You black politicians, them folks don't like you. They have never liked you. You don't understand with that culture. They do this like this fake, this real phony. They play phony nice. They play phony friendly with you. It's phony. Because if it was real, they wouldn't be trying to get you out your seat if it was real. They'd be like, nah, man, we know James, right? We've been knowing him for 30 years. I mean, we're not gonna do that to his seat. I mean, come on. That's the only Democrat. I mean, we run the table. That's the only Democrat seat they got. We're not gonna do that. I mean, he's a good dude. You know, he's a good man. No. He's never rocked the boat, which he's never have. He's never rocked the boat. I mean, he's never really been a threat. So he can have his seat out. They don't even say that about you. You never rocked the boat. Let me tell y'all something. You Boule members. You can never rock. You don't have to ever rock the boat. You can stay docile, and they still gonna come after you. Or you can stand 10 toes down for black people, and at least they come after you. You're gonna have the squad with you at the same time. You're gonna have the team with you, because now the community respects you. They're gonna say, wait a minute, he didn't bow down to them. She didn't bow down to them. She stood 10 toes down. He stood 10 toes down. Oh, so we gotta ride for him. You never rolled for black people, sir.
Okay, the screen froze up. Yeah.
That's number one, Shills. He didn't promote Democrat. He was promoting getting registered to vote and go and vote in the midterms. Now, I'm gonna say this, Shills. There are some people who, no matter what political party they're part of, they actually believe in the Voting Rights Act. I know it's hard to believe that in your world, but not every person who's of different parties believe in the MAGA wing of the party. Just like they got Democrats that don't believe in the progressive wing of the party. Same thing. MAGA and the progressives are considered the extremes of the party. I'm according to what they say, not what I say. Okay? So there's people who are not part of the MAGA wing of the conservative party, or conservatives. And they think the Voting Rights Act is a good thing. They think the Civil Rights Act is a good thing. Only the extremes like MAGA, those who are in that bunch, want to get rid of the Voting Rights Act, want to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. They want to get rid of every kind of progress. Okay? That's that. Just because he did not agree with Kamala Harris at the time doesn't mean he didn't support the Voting Rights Act. I don't understand. So if you don't support a candidate who was literally rushed into position, she did not even get to do a primary. She didn't even get to do a primary. You understand what I'm saying? She only had 100 days to campaign. Donald Trump had been campaigning way before she started campaigning. I'm going to say this much. She had so many vultures around her trying to get that money from her, pulling her here, there. Within 100 days, when she first announced, she wouldn't even hardly talk at first. If I had 100 days to do anything, I got to be talking every day because I got to make up lost time. That whole campaign wasn't even normal. But some of you Democrat shills want to condemn black people, and then what you condemning black people for is say, wait a minute, we want you to do something for us. Well, did you talk to the Republicans? No. Why? One, we don't vote for them. What are we going to get out of them? For one, we don't vote for them. As a collective of people, we don't vote for Republicans. Two, the Democrats owe us.
Right.
So, yeah, you're going to talk to Democrats. Yeah, you're going to press Democrats about it. Sure.
Yeah, Cal Dog, they are disposable.
Now, I always said this. If the Republicans wanted to actually destroy the Democrat Party, but they would have to put down their racism to do it, though. But if they really wanted to destroy the Democrat Party, all they have to do is reparations in the form of cash payments. And you trust me, Democrats, you're done. If they was to do that, you're done. Trust me, you'll have every black American voting Republican until. That's how black Americans voted for Democrat. They didn't start voting for Democrat like that until they did the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act. Those three bills right there is what got black people voting Democrats. So basically, Democrats, you gave a tangible, right? With the Congress, Lyndon Johnson, etc. Those were tangibles that was given to FBA. So because you gave a tangible and say, oh, we're going to vote for Democrats because we received tangibles through the Democrat Party. Well, those tangibles you gave that generation has run its course, and now you have a new generation of black people who need a tangible once again. And this time, you don't want to give a tangible. You want to say, no, not right now, wait, Then you're watching, and then you're funneling resources to people that just got here yesterday. When you could have been saying, hey, we're going to do reparations in the form of cash payments. We're going to do this for Black America. We're going to do that and this and the third. You could have solidified your power to the point that Republicans couldn't even win in this country anymore. But due to racism is why you won't do it. Because let me tell you something. I told all y'all this. The Democrat Party and Republican Party both agree on one thing. We want to maintain white supremacy.
Supremacy, yeah.
We just have two different ways of doing it.
Exactly.
One party says, yes, we want to maintain white supremacy, but we need them to participate in the system so they won't rise up in revolt. We need them to participate. We need to give them some symbolic positions. But these positions can only be token positions. It can't be any changes that can be done in Black America through these positions. We'll give them a face that we cultivated, that we rose up, and then they are going to stay, not rise up against us because, hey, it seems like they kind of made it because they see this. The other side say, no, I don't want that. They need to stay in their place. They are at the bottom for a reason. And the few I may have here and there, I'm even getting rid of them right now. I don't want none of them. And then the liberal will say, well, but see, when you keep doing that, they're going to rise up against you because they're going to realize what you're doing and you're making things harsh. We do it in a softer way. We make them think we're their friend. We agree with you. Everything you say, Republicans, we agree, actually. We agree.
Yeah,
this is why we're not fighting against you about the Voting Rights Act.
Right.
We give lip service. We're not fighting against you. We're actually cool with that. But I think you're gonna take it too far though with the districts. I don't like that part. You got to at least give us some districts now in the South, because you take it that far, then it's gonna go a different place. You know, so that's their argument they have. But they both agree that they want to maintain the status quo and white supremacy. Period. This is why the Democrats and the Republicans could get funded by AIPAC. Both of them get funded by AIPAC equally. All of the special interest groups, they both fund them because they're the same. So you're not like winning anything when you're talking about you're a hardcore Democrat. You're just part of the system too. And also in politics, it's supposed to be no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interest. Give me an example. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's coming around going at Trump, doing this and that and the third, right? Somebody say, oh, she did this for Trump and she campaigned. She was nasty. Okay. In the world of politics, if she's on your side, then you accept on your side. You ain't bringing her to your house, but you accept on your side because she's speaking your language now. Remember, no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interests. So if I'm using her name, if a Marjorie Taylor Greene all of a sudden start promoting reparations, then you okay, cool. I'm cool with that because now you're promoting my interest. I'm not being a friend to nobody. I'm only aligned with the interests of Black America. Understand? So Shills, if you were smart, you would actually welcome him saying that. You would say, cool, now let's come on, Mike, let's get together, come to some events, let's help us run this thing up so we can win in 2028. That's what you're supposed to do, but you're so emotional. And I'm telling y'all, listen to me. My level of patience with emotionalism is like, I'm at the bottom with emotionalism. One thing I can tell you about emotionalism with Black people, and this is global, so this is not just Black America. Oh, it's global. It's global. You get so much into emotionalism that it literally paralyzes you. It clouds your judgment, make you say things that you probably wouldn't have said because of emotionalism. I believe emotionalism is one of the greatest Achilles heel of Black people. You're too emotional. You respond too emotional. You think too emotional. Yes, emotions are human, but at times it is what I'm looking for. It's a stumbling block. It's a stumbling block. and it hasn't produced anything. That's my issue with emotion. Like, don't bring me emotions. I don't want to hear emotions. I don't want to hear emotional arguments. It's like the moment I start hearing emotion, it's like my mind now tunes it out, and I don't even hear nothing you say no more because you're being emotional. Just bring me the facts, bring me the study, bring me that. Something I can take as tangible at the time. And if, hey, even if I'm wrong, bring me to where I'm wrong at. Show me where I'm wrong. Don't bring me no emotion. Don't cry. Just show me where I'm wrong, or maybe help me to see things a little expanded. Don't cry. Don't get mad. Because the moment you do all that emotional stuff, I get turned off. I'm telling you, I'm so over emotion.
Speaking of the Jacksons, the movie is still doing good. The Michael movie is still doing phenomenal. What's the numbers right now on the Michael movie? This is like is it the third week going in? I think it's still like number 2 still.
Who's
up here with us this morning?
What's the box office gross so far?
It's Keezy in the building. Salute, Keezy.
Cool, Keezy. How you be? How you be? How you be?
Peace, peace, peace.
All right, look like you out there on the grind, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he at work.
Yeah. Okay, on this here, listen to an old bastard on this one. Michael Jackson. MJ. The greatest damn entertainer of all time.
Jumping the gun.
I haven't seen the movie, and it's my favorite musician, period. So I've been kind of tuning out about every time I see some Michael Jackson. I just like, nah, I ain't listening to this because I ain't seen the movie yet.
Yeah, when I remember the Smooth Criminal, man. I remember I Want You Back, his first song when it was on the Ed Sullivan Show, and I'm just going back down memory lane, y'all. Okay, now the big hit that they made that I remember as a kid, they played it at, like when you graduate from elementary school. Okay.
Yeah. When we continue with.
Yeah, it was called The Love You Saved. Stop the love you saved may be your own, baby. Better stop it, girl, before you're all alone. Then he went off on his own when he made a song called Ben. Now, you all gonna love this. It was a soundtrack to a movie called Ben the Rat, which was a sequel to a movie called Willard, who was a crazy bastard who I
remember that.
Yeah, he worshipped rats. And dude, man,
he had that little pet rat.
Yeah. And then he was working the rats like the Pied Piper when he was marching them in the ocean, man, in Europe. So he had the homie rats, and the rats was taking care of all his enemies. And then there was Ben, who was left over. Okay. I mean, man, Hollywood, man, making money off of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But then Michael Jackson, when he went out on his own, called, I want to be where you are. No, So was a prelude to him, launching his own career. And then, of course, the one that put him on over the top as a solo artist was the album Thriller, and then Off the Wall. Okay. Yeah, live life off the wall. I remember that. Okay, then when he did Thriller, that, ladies and gentlemen, was his masterpiece. And then, of course, we cannot forget about the Smooth Criminal. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just speaking on his individual songs, off his various albums. You know what I mean? But then Mr. Jackson,
I would like to say the best video. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Best video, man. Remember the time.
Nothing else do that. You know what, Keezy? Forgive me, man. Forgive me, man.
Top that. Give me one. Give me one video topping that.
Man, you can't. And then the cold part about the opening scene of that movie is where he was that Panther. You see what I'm saying? Remember that when he was the Panther? And see, this is why, that they did so much to our youth to get our minds off that imagery of that Panther. To quote Dr. Newton, a Panther is the first.
I gotta say, man,
Yeah.
Kanye West is up
Yeah.
there selling like Mike, ain't he?
Yeah.
He kind of selling like Mike a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta give him that, man.
Yeah,
He sell records like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, and see, in Keezy, and this is why we should be controlling the fucking industry. But you got motherfuckers like Clive Davis, Creed Taylor, and who was that other ass white brother, Che? Because you had did some research on it that was controlling the black music industry. And then what had happened is when you start getting the troglodytes, man, you know, imitating our shit. Okay, Elvis Presley was one of them, because I've been arguing with Nabisco's on that. He's the king of rock and roll. Man, that motherfucker wasn't the king of shit. He stole his shit from Big Mama Thornton and the sister who used to play the guitar, Rosetta Tharpe.
I just hate how a lot of brothers and sisters like to co-sign some of these Justin Timber fakes and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And what it is though, man, is this miseducational system. You see what I'm saying? Okay, because the miseducational system is what is that there? They tell you, man, to love the European, worship the Greek, but despise the African. And Brother Che would know that because he's very, very scholarly on that. I don't think it was Dr. Anderson. Who was that, Brother Che? Earth calling Che.
Brother Che, you know who he is talking about? I had a question for him too. I got a question for the audience too. The audience, y'all comment. Let me know how many rappers in your town, you can name them too.
Mm-hmm.
How many do you guys know that can out-rap G-Eazy? Go ahead, just give me some names of rappers that can out-rap G-Eazy.
Okay, now that's y'all's generation, man, because I'm from the pre-rap or
G-Eazy is a white Nabisco who is balling out of control because he's been elevated as if he has some type of talent.
Yeah,
and I want to see what kind of names we can get in the chat of some people who probably deserve some attention.
Okay, then I see Mystical in here by Ya. Okay, but you know, these are culture vultures. What was the white boy they used to call Slim Shady with 8 Mile? Who was that? Eminem?
Yeah,
that's another one.
He's good, but he's not the best. He's like, if he was black, he would be just average.
Yeah, but see, what it is though, Keezy, is this. Now, I'm not a musician, okay, but however, you know, we quote unquote have the lineage. You know, some say FBA, I say diasporic African, okay. But the point is, what I'm saying is this, man. Okay, music is an art, which is an expression of the soul, right? And I even think Ali, man, did an interview with David Frost before he fought George Foreman. He says, man, you all's music is, well, we coming around the corner, yes, we hee-haw. Then Ali says, but then when it comes to R&B, you hear, oh, baby, you know, my guitar went out, you know, the rhythm and the blues. You see what I'm saying? You know, because to quote Che, they want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. You see, then when we mention the blues, oh, that was so long ago, you know, like the bullshit, man, that they tell me on my live page, Shabaka, you're a black racist. And then I say, okay, now you tell me, motherfucker, what police departments do I control? Besides none. What banks do I control? Besides none. What military do I control? Besides none. What major industries do I control for essential needs? Food, housing, electricity, clothing, things like that.
You know who's using that argument now is the Latinos are saying, you're racist, you blacks are racist too, fool.
And I'll ask them motherfuckers the same goddamn question. What motherfucking police departments do we control besides none? What goddamn banks do we control besides none? What internet technology and social media platforms do we control besides none?
What racist gangs do we have inside the police department that target Latinos?
Sir, now that is a damn good question. Now, you know who you just brought to mind right there, brother, in LA was Christopher Dorner, because he went out like a straight soldier. You know what I'm saying? Because he wrote that manifesto, man, where he talked about the racism inside the LAPD and stuff like that. And dude knew that he was a dead man when he did it, because what he said is that all he's got left is to protect his name. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, he scared the shit out of him. He really did. He really did. You see. And then quite naturally, of course, they want us to sweep that up under the rug. That's why I don't dig Karen Bass as the mayor of Los Angeles, because in the majority of cities, the mayor is the chief executive of the city services, fire department, police department, rec and parks, the whole 9 yards. In Los Angeles, all she is able to do is appoint the commissioners of the various city departments who make the executive decisions for said departments. Does that make sense, Keezy? Okay, cool. Keezy fell off. Okay, hopefully he'll come back on. Brother Chet. Earth calling Che. Earth calling Che. Put the ponies back in the barn. Okay, something happened. Brother Che. Okay, Jesse. Yeah, Jesse fell asleep. Okay, he fell asleep.
Oh, I hear Shabaka.
Yeah. I even said put the ponies back in the barn, man.
Oh, you better leave alone, Shabaka.
Well, that shows you still here with us. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
Keezy was just with us, man, and he fell off. You know, he might be trying to get back on. Okay, but the thing is that we were saying about Mr. Jackson, or MJ, as he's firmly okay, Velione from West Oakland, way better than G-Eazy. Okay, specify on that there, Cow Dog. Okay, y'all rules put up there mystical. But the thing is that Mr. Jackson, you know what I'm saying? You know, he was cold with his music. And when he bought that song book, man, when he bought the Beatles song book, he'll say the only thing that he was doing, man, is recapturing stolen legacy. Because what did the Beatles say, man, when they first came to the U.S. in 1964? Oh, the first place we want to go to is Motown. So I think that Smokey Robinson, and then I want to put a tidbit in there about Smokey Robinson as well, too, is that Smokey Robinson had organized the Motown Review going to London. The Miracles, Temptations, I think Sister Mary Wells went with him, Marvin Gaye, of course. Now, I'm seeing over the net that they're trying to do a biopic of Mr. Smokey Robinson. You know what I'm saying? I saw him live one time in Palm Springs, and this was the 1980s, late 1980s, that I saw Mr. Robinson. You know what I'm saying? And I'm quite sure.
Yes. Keith, you want to talk, I guess. Go ahead, Keith.
No, I didn't want to talk. I didn't know if y'all saw me in here now.
Easy, we had to wake Jesse up, man.
I was listening. I was listening. I heard you. I just got cut off.
Yeah, but they systemically are doing us. They're cutting us off on various information that we're talking about. Okay, but more power to Mr. Jackson. And by the way, in my opinion, these so-called children of his don't look shit like him. So I don't know if he adopted them or what. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they don't look shit like him. But that there is, I'm taking personal responsibility for that. Okay, Cal Dog, Vilione from West Oakland, way better than G-Eazy. Okay, please specify Cal Dog in the comments. I've been through West Oakland. Yeah. Defirmary Park, West Oakland. Okay. The all black offset gym from the murder 20s in East Oakland. Better than G-Eazy. Okay, I've been down East 14th Street that they call International Boulevard, and Yaru agrees with me. That's not his kids at all, man, because you don't see no resemblance in them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't see no resemblance in these individuals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I got a cousin, him and I look like twins, and everybody thinks we're brothers. You know what I'm saying? You know, so you're gonna see some resemblance, you know, in the offspring of the children. You know what I'm saying, and what have you. And then, two, Mr. Jackson bought the Sony songbook. Okay, so that made him a threat to the industry. Okay, and then we was talking about, Brother Jay?
Again, I'm not even talking about Michael Jackson right now. We're supposed to be talking about Clyburn and him.
Oh, Jim Clyburn. Okay, but I think you left it go on automatic, Brother Che. You know, okay, but we could get back to Clyburn, who ain't shit. You know what I'm saying?
What happened? Is another fish fry or something today?
No, he about to lose his job.
Right.
Oh yeah, from the redistricting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's going against his own daughter, according to Brother Che.
Oh yeah, that is right.
Yeah.
What a loser. Why wouldn't you drop out? Why wouldn't you just get behind her?
Right.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? The next generation. You know what I'm saying? You know.
All your knowledge could be shared with the next generation.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too.
You're so selfish that you just want to worry about yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And cow dog says greed. Okay. Yeah. That's what cow dog says. Greed. You know. And then the cold part about it is, if I was Clyburn and I had adult children, you know, and I'm old and that motherfucker's older than me, man, I would have been saying, hey, let my baby take over. You know what I'm saying? Now, question people. What's the inside puppet manipulation about that shit? Is somebody pulling puppet strings?
So did I play both of them, Shabaka? Did I play the Clyburn and the Democrats?
No, sir. The only thing, because your screen froze up, man, you know, when we was doing MJ. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Rue, that's exactly what it is, you know? So, and Michael Jackson, rest in peace. Actually, Brother Che, when Mr. Jackson passed on, I was in your
that's number one, Shills. He didn't promote them.
Yeah.
Democrat. He was promoting getting registered to vote and go and vote in the midterms. Now, I'm going to say this, Shields. There are some people who, no matter what political party they're part of, it's hard to believe that in your world, but not every person who's of different parties believe in the MAGA wing of the party. Just like they got Democrats that don't believe in the progressive wing of the party. Same thing. MAGA and the progressives are considered the extremes of the party. I'm according to what they say, not what I say. Okay. So there's people who are not part of the MAGA wing of the conservative party or conservatives. And they think the Voting Rights Act is a good thing. They think the Civil Rights Act is a good thing. Only the extremes like MAGA, you know, those who are in that bunch want to get rid of the Voting Rights Act, want to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. They want to get rid of every kind of progress. Okay? That's that. Just because he did not agree with Kamala Harris at the time doesn't mean he didn't support the Voting Rights Act. I don't understand. So if you don't support a candidate who was literally rushed into position, she did not even get to do a primary. She didn't even get to do a primary. You understand what I'm saying? She only had 100 days to campaign. Donald Trump had been campaigning way before she started campaigning. I'm going to say this much. She had so many vultures around her trying to get that money from her, pulling her here, there. Within 100 days, when she first announced, she wouldn't even hardly talk at first. If I had 100 days to do anything, I got to be talking every day because I got to make up lost time. That whole campaign wasn't even normal. But some of you Democrat shills want to condemn black people, and then what you condemning black people for saying, wait a minute, we want you to do something for us. Well, did you talk to the Republicans?
Right.
No. Why? One, we don't vote for them. What are we going to get out of them? For one, we don't vote for them. As a collective of people, we don't vote for Republican. Two, the Democrats owe us.
Right.
So, yeah, you're going to talk to Democrats. Yeah, you're going to press Democrats about it. Sure. Now, I always said this. If the Republicans wanted to actually destroy the Democrat Party, but they would have to put down their racism to do it, though. But if they really wanted to destroy the Democrat Party, all they have to do is reparations in the form of cash payments. And you trust me, Democrats, you're done. If they was to do that, you're done. Trust me, you'll have every Black American voting Republican until. That's how Black Americans voted for Democrat. They didn't start voting for Democrat like that until they did the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act. Those three bills right there is what got Black people voting Democrat. So basically, Democrats, you gave a tangible, right? With the Congress, Lyndon Johnson, etc. Those were tangibles that was given to FBA. So because you gave a tangible and say, oh, we're going to vote for Democrats because we received tangibles through the Democrat Party. Well, those tangibles you gave that generation has run its course, and now you have a new generation of Black people who need a tangible once again. And this time, you don't want to give a tangible. You want to say, no, not right now, wait. Then you're watching, and then you're funneling resources to people that just got here yesterday. When you could have been saying, hey, we're going to do reparations in the form of cash payments. We're going to do this for Black America. We're going to do that and this and the third. You could have solidified your power to the point that Republicans couldn't even win in this country anymore. But due to racism is why you won't do it. Because let me tell you something. I told all y'all this. The Democrat Party and Republican Party both agree on one thing. We want to maintain white supremacy. We just have two different ways of doing it. One party says, yes, we want to maintain white supremacy, but we need them to participate in the system so they won't rise up and revolt. We need them to participate. We need to give them some symbolic positions, but these positions can only be token positions. It can't be any changes that can be done in Black America through these positions. We'll give them a face that we cultivated, that we rose up, and then they are going to stay, not rise up against us because, hey, it seems like they kind of made it because they see this. The other side say, no, I don't want that. They need to stay in their place. They are at the bottom for a reason. And the few I may have here and there, I'm even getting rid of them right now. I don't want none of them. And then the liberal will say, well, but see, when you keep doing that, they're going to rise up against you because they're going to realize what you're doing and you're making things harsh. We do it in a softer way. We make them think we're their friend. We agree with you. Everything you say, Republicans, we agree, actually. We agree. This is why we're not fighting against you about the Voting Rights Act. We give lip service. We're not fighting against you. We're actually cool with that. But I think you're going to take it too far, though, with the districts. I don't like that part. You got to at least give us some districts now in the South. Because if you take it that far, it's going to go a different place. You know, so that's their argument they have. But they both agree that they want to maintain the status quo and white supremacy, period. This is why the Democrats and the Republicans could get funded by AIPAC. Both of them get funded by AIPAC equally. All of the special interest groups, they both fund them because they're the same. So you're not like winning anything when you're talking about you're a hardcore Democrat. You're just part of the system too. And also in politics, it's supposed to be no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interest. Give you an example. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's coming around going at Trump, doing this and that and the third, right? Somebody say, oh, she did this for Trump and she campaigned. She was nasty. Okay. In the world of politics, if she's on your side, then you accept on your side. You ain't bringing her to your house, but you accept on your side because she's speaking your language now. Remember, no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interests. So if I'm using her name, if a Marjorie Taylor Greene all of a sudden start promoting reparations, then you okay, cool. I'm cool with that because now you're promoting my interest. I'm not being a friend of nobody. I'm only aligned with the interest of Black America. Understand? So Shills, if you were smart, you would actually welcome him saying that. You would say, cool, now let's come on, Mike, let's get together, come to some events, let's help us run this thing up so we can win in 2028. That's what you're supposed to do, but you're so emotional. And I'm telling y'all, listen to me. My level of patience with emotionalism is like, here, I'm at the bottom with emotionalism. One thing I can tell you about emotionalism with Black people, and this is global, so this is not just Black America. Oh, it's global. It's global. You get so much into emotionalism that it literally paralyzes you. It clouds your judgment, make you say things that you probably wouldn't have said because of emotionalism. I believe emotionalism is one of the greatest Achilles heel of Black people. You're too emotional. You respond too emotional. You think too emotional. Yes, emotions are human, but at times what I'm looking for. It's a stumbling block. It's a stumbling block. And it hasn't produced anything. That's my issue with emotion. Like, don't bring me emotions. I don't want to hear emotions. I don't want to hear emotional arguments. It's like the moment I start hearing emotion, it's like my mind now tunes it out. And I don't even hear nothing you say no more because you're being emotional. Just bring me the facts, bring me the study, bring me that. Something I can take as tangible at the time. And even if I'm wrong, bring me to where I'm wrong at. Show me where I'm wrong. Don't bring me no emotion. Don't cry. Just show me where I'm wrong, or maybe help me to see things a little expanded. Don't cry. Don't get mad. Because the moment you do all that emotional stuff, I get turned off. I'm telling you, I'm so over emotion.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts? We lost you, Shabaka.
Maybe he checked out.
No, he been having
Hey,
time.
I think the Democrats love us to be emotional, and that's their whole strategy is to gaslight us to be emotional. They want to say stuff, you know what I mean? And these people, like you said, they are too gullible for that.
Okay, thank you.
They get emotional quick
with that bullshit.
Yeah, welcome back,
Shabaka. See him with this dude Justin Pearson or whatever his name. Doing all that buck dancing and tap dancing. He gets people emotional with those goofy little lived experience speeches. That's the Democrats' new talking word. They're gonna say lived experience about 1,000 times every speech.
Yeah.
When lived experience, we need representation with lived experience, and the lived experience, and you're like, man, shut the fuck up.
No, you're right about that. No. Well, hold on. You're glad you brought that up, Cool Keys, because I lived a whole lot of experiences, right? But what I do, Cool Keys, is I put the experiences out there for the generations after me, right? And like Bruce Lee said, universal law and principle: take what is useful, leave what is useless. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. You say, now, and Brother Chad Terry, I used to get up here and rant and rave with all these stupid ass motherfuckers, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I did it at the time, but now I try to be on a much cooler thing. You see what I mean? Then, of course, we get the YTs that come up there, man, put hate mail up on my shit, delete, block. You know what I'm saying? That's why the page ain't growing, because I don't deleted and blocked, man, about 80% of the people following it. But all of them is dumpsters, and I don't get that. Why dumpsters up here on SBEE? Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. The fucking name ought to tell you, that hat ought to tell you, dumpsters, you're not welcomed here for two reasons. One is you're full of shit. You got a convicted felon, you know, leading you by your nose, you know what I'm saying? And whatnot, man. The motherfuckers might as well, instead of buying prostitutes, go get them some blow-up dolls, man. I mean, really, man, really, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, you got all these bimbos that Dumpus had, you know what I'm saying? And he's talking about he want to get rid of illegal migrants. Then the first broad he ought to be putting on a plane back to her country. What's her name? Ivana, or whatever it is.
Melania.
Yeah, there you go. Where's her ticket to get the fuck up out of here? Send her ass to Haiti. You know what I'm saying? You know? But that's too much like
we're going to Michael Jackson. So the mob, I guess, try to put a hit out on him. Then, so Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
Okay, so I'm gonna bow out on this one here, y'all, because I do got some appointments tomorrow. Okay.
Speaking of the Jacksons, the movie is still doing good.
And I will
Peace out.
play back, you know, when I get in tomorrow. So y'all have a nice night, nice morning. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get back with you gentlemen, you know, after I deal with these appointments. You know what I mean? And then quite naturally, of course, you know, I'm going to look at the playback of the video.
Okay.
All right. Okay. If y'all could come up with Che, you know, Keezy or Cal Dog, you know what I'm saying? Keep the show going on, you know. Okay. And I'll speak with you good folks tomorrow. Or I should say later on today. It's after midnight now, you know.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, y'all take it.
City Council.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, and give them hell, man, and tell them they all deserve to go right straight to fucking jail.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'm out. Okay.
All right. So we're going to give us an update on this.
Good. The Michael movie is still doing phenomenal. What's the numbers right now on the Michael movie? This is like is it the third week going in? I think it's still like number 2 still. What's the box office gross so far? Y'all, is it 500 million? It's doing 500 million. Phenomenal. Yeah, it's still the weekend. So yeah, they haven't even counted the no, it ain't even. No. The weekend. This is the weekend. Yeah. So yeah, they haven't even counted this weekend. So yeah, still sold out in your area. So yeah, this weekend tally has not always all the way been counted up yet. So it's still popping. So hell, this could be a damn $600 or $700 million weekend. Excuse me. Yeah, a lot of people are still talking about the sequel.
Chopping in with us.
What do y'all think they're going to talk about in the sequel? Because yeah, when this movie's doing this good, you going to go tomorrow, Brandy? Yeah, it's still being sold out. I was going to go take the kids to see it yesterday, but hell, most of the good seats were sold out. What do y'all think they're going to? What's up? Shout out to England. Shout out to Brother Jama. Respect. What do y'all think they're going to talk about in the sequel? What do y'all think they're going to talk about? Because like I said, there's a lot of stuff that they could talk about, but I know they're not going to touch. Oh, there's a lot of stuff to the Jackson story. Yeah, I hope it does over $1 billion. The Beatles and Sony, how the world, his cases, yeah. Well, there's certain clauses as far as those cases and settlements and stuff like that. I don't know. But man, I wish they get into some of the real controversial stuff about the Jackson family. I really wish they do that. There's a lot of places they can go with it. I guess they won't touch it. One thing that would be interesting, I know they're not going to touch, is how throughout the Jacksons' career, the Mafia was trying to get at them. Do y'all know that? How the Jackson family had to maneuver around the Mafia all their damn career. Man, do y'all know about that? Oh, somebody said what? Oh, y'all do I need to go deep? Oh, y'all didn't know about that? The mob. Oh, y'all didn't know about that? Oh, y'all didn't know about that. Do I need to go deep? Do we need to open that up? Oh, okay. Oh, some of y'all don't. I forget. Some of y'all are kind of young. Oh, let's open that up. Oh, y'all don't know how the Jacksons had to dodge. They had to duck and dodge the mafia for decades. Oh my God. Well, let's go back. Okay, let's open it up. I didn't know y'all didn't know that. Okay, let's go to the beginning of let's go. Remember, the Jacksons got started in the 60s. Do y'all know the mafia was running the damn music industry back starting in the 60s? Okay, let's be clear. They were running the music industry, the venues where people performed. Listen, why y'all think Sam Cooke ended up unalived? When Sam Cooke wanted to do his own label and control his publishing, all of a sudden he became unalive, and he was getting warned by Sammy Davis and all these people. And remember, Sammy was clicked in with Frank Sinatra. Come, we got to open this up. A lot of y'all don't know this stuff. Some of my Gen X, y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, the music industry was clicked in with the mafia heavy. Dude, okay, I don't even know where to start because some of y'all just don't know all the nuances of it. Let me bring all this stuff to light, man. A lot of these cats had to maneuver around the mafia back in those days because they were controlling the venues, controlling the unions. Yeah, they were very powerful. The Italian and the Jewish mafia. All right. So in the music industry, what's his name? Why am I having a brain fart? So many of these guys were clicked in with the mafia. They were the mafia would kind of use them to get talent. The black to use black go-betweens to get the talent. Clarence Avon, the godfather of Hollywood, good dude, very good dude, but he started off, clicked in with the mafia during club venues and all that stuff. Oh man, it was heavy. And remember when Joe Jackson was getting the boys ready in the 60s, they were performing these little seedy clubs. These were little mafia clubs. And then when they got signed to Motown, they blew up. Let's go into Motown. Motown was investigated back in the 60s because they were trying to see what kind of mafia ties they had. Because Mo Levy and all these guys, y'all didn't know Motown? The vice president of Motown was an Italian cat, Barney Ailes. This Italian cat out of Detroit who Berry Gordy was very smart. They would get these Italian dudes to go get their money from these distributors, okay? Y'all look up some of these names I'm giving you, all right? Some of these black execs who were running these labels, they understood who was controlling the distribution. Yes, Barry Ailes. A-L-E-S. Look, Barney Ailes. Barney Ailes, that's his name. He was an Italian guy. So they would use Barney Ailes to go get the money from them damn mafia distributors and all those people. You understand? Let's unpack this stuff. Let's unpack it. Sugar Hill Records was clicked in with the mafia. Oh, a lot of these folks was clicked in. They had to go, the mafia was controlling the distribution. All right. Again, yeah, look up how Motown was investigated because of alleged mafia ties and all that. And some people were saying that was why he left Detroit and came out to LA. And there were rumors about that for a long time. In the 80s, the mafia put a hit out on Michael Jackson. Well, look this up, what I'm telling you. The mafia had a hit out on Michael Jackson because they wanted to, Michael was a huge global star. They wanted to control and get a piece of his venue money. The mafia were controlling all of these venues. And when you do concerts, you have to use unions. You know what I'm saying? They control the unions. Oh, it's deep. It's deep. It's deep. It's deep, man. It's deep. So yeah, they wanted to get their little skim on. So a lot of these cats would hire these Italian cats who was clicked in with the mafia. Who was Mike? Let me see some of my Michael fans. Who was Michael's manager in the 80s? Who did Michael hire as a manager? Let me see if y'all know. Who was Michael's manager? Michael had an Italian manager, Frank DeLeo. Frank DeLeo was an Italian cat, clicked in with the mafia. Yep. Why do you think he hired Frank DeLeo? Frank DeLeo was in Goodfellas. Scorsese hired him to play a character in Goodfellas. Frank DeLeo was clicked in with that shit. From what I understand, Frank DeLeo helped call that hit off on Mike. All right? Frank DeLeo called that mafia hit off. Yeah, no, we'll get into Tommy in a minute. Tommy, they said he was clicked in too. We'll get on him in a minute. We're breaking it all down. But remember, yeah, shit. That's why Michael, they would have to have Michael, Barry Gordy, they would have to have their own little Italian guys around them as their little fixers to a certain degree. It was, yeah, it's heavy. Remember when you saw the Michael movie and they wanted to do the Victory Tour, why do you think they got Don King to be the promoter? Let's put your thinking caps on. Why you think they got Don King? They had to get Don King because Don King knew how to deal with the damn mafia. Come on, let's put two and two together. Don King, he knew how to deal with the mafia. Don King been dealing with the mafia since the damn 50s. That's how Don King got into boxing. The mafia, oh, let me get deep, man. Come on. Some of y'all don't know about Don King like that. Some of us Gen X's, some of my new folks don't know. Don King, y'all see the hairstyle and all that shit and all that. Hey, America's the greatest. Let me tell you something. Don King was with the shit. You better, yeah, it's making sense, ain't it? Don King was a gangster. Don't you get Don King fucked up? Do you understand me? Don't get it twisted at all. Don King was a damn gangster. Don King murked two people. Do you understand that? No, he didn't murk a guy. He murked a couple of people. He didn't murk one person. He hit a couple of people. One person with his damn bare hands. Do you understand me? Don King stomped the motherfucker to death one time. Oh, yeah, he went to prison. The first guy he pew-pewed, it was self-defense because Don King used to run these illegal gambling spots up there in Ohio. Somebody tried to rob one of his gambling spots and Don King gave him a dirt nap. And they said it was justified because the dude, tried to get at him. But yeah, Don King stomped another dude. Somebody owed Don some money. Don put them things on him and croaked him. Yeah, Don King wasn't bullshitting. Don King wasn't playing at all. So yeah, he got clicked. And hell, some of the Jewish mafia tried to unalive Don King. They blew up his crib and he survived that. I think some of them, they shot him, pew-pewed him. Let me watch my language. So yeah, Don King was witty. All right. So he knew how to go in here and deal with the mafia cats. That's how he got into boxing. Remember, after the 1960s, a lot of the boxers started to get conscious. The mafia couldn't just go in and strong arm some of the black boxers like they used to. For example, Muhammad Ali. See, in the 60s, the mafia controlled all the boxers. They didn't control Ali. Why? Because Ali was clicked in with the Nation of Islam. Elijah Muhammad wasn't playing that game at all. All right? Yeah, they controlled Sonny Liston. They controlled Sonny. Yeah. They controlled Sonny. But yeah, when Ali got with the Nation of Islam, the mafia was like hands off. Hands off. You couldn't play that game with Ali. He was insulated, and you weren't going to do nothing to the Nation of Islam. All right? That's who the mafia knew not to play games with. And still don't. They knew. Yeah. The mafia, they operate on organized white T males scaring folks. So they, people cower and scared of that. Nation of Islam ain't, no, we ain't scared of you. We're not afraid of you. You're a devil. If you mess with one of us, both of us, we can find where your mama lived too. Yeah, we can catch you coming out of a restaurant too, no matter where you are in the country, because we got chapters all over. You got chapters, we got chapters. So what we trying to do? So they knew not to really play no games with the FOIs and the Nation of Islam. They knew not to play that game. Yeah, why you think Michael got them later? That's why Michael got them later. He started having them FOIs around him. And Michael started sounding like Malcolm at one point when he was going off on Tommy Mottola. Remember when Michael did that press conference going off on Tommy Mottola, and they've been saying stuff about Tommy Mottola, who's Italian. They've been talking about his alleged connections for years. That's the only person Michael just went full off on. Remember? Michael's like, Tommy Mottola's a racist bitch. He's a devil. He's a cracker-ass devil. Michael was going off on this man. He called him all types of devils. Man, you ain't never heard Michael go off on nobody publicly like that. Michael was done with them. You understand? So again, like I said, they needed Don King because Don King was basically, he understood how to go and get the black boxes because the Mafia folks, they still controlled the venues, they controlled the unions, they controlled the pay-per-view venues and all that. They controlled Vegas. So if you wanted to have a fight in Vegas, you had to go through them. But they still needed the black talent. You understand? That's where Don King came in. And he found his niche with that. So he knew how to deal with those Mafia types. So he kept Michael good on that damn victory tour. But again, the Mafia, they kept trying to get at the Jackson family. So what they did, they got at LaToya. How many of y'all remember that dude LaToya was married to? Y'all remember Jack Gordon? Oh, yeah. Mariah Carey, yeah, she felt trapped under Tommy Mottola. Yeah, Tommy Mottola, the way Mariah Carey was talking like she was kidnapped, she had to run from her security and duck and dodge her security. Yeah, but yeah, Jack Gordon. Let's go to LaToya Jackson and Jack Gordon. Man, this Jack Gordon dude was a piece of work. This dude, he was a Russian Jewish dude, and he was real clicked in with the Mafia. He was like their money man to a certain degree. He was like their little go-to money. They would always get like a little Jewish guy to do their money jobs, just like the movie Casino. Robert De Niro, he played the Jewish mobster Lefty Rosenthal. So Jack Johnson was that kind of dude. Jack Johnson, he actually went to prison for bribing, trying to bribe a Nevada gaming commissioner one time, I think back in the 70s. Yeah, the Italian Mafia gave him like 12 stacks to go bribe Jack Gordon. I don't know who I say. Jack Gordon. So Jack Gordon tried to bribe this commissioner for the Mafia. And then they had him on wiretap and everything, and he got locked up for that. And they were saying that Jack Gordon was responsible for planting bombs in people's cars. So he was clicked in with the Mafia big time. They said he was clicked in with the Genovese crime family. So this Jack Gordon guy got a hold of LaToya, got her away and basically kidnapped her ass. And it was on some shit where she better do what he says, is they're going to unalive her and then unalive the whole family. So that's why they had her writing books and going out doing interviews, crapping on the family. Yeah, they had her hemmed up, and this Jack Gordon dude was beating the brakes off LaToya. She kept trying to escape. He did a forced marriage tour where she was trying to run out the chapel and they had bodyguards pushing her back in. Yeah, it was heavy, man. Oh yeah, it was heavy. Yeah, this Jack Johnson, I keep saying Jack Johnson, Jack Gordon, I'm sorry. Yeah, remember when she was saying all that crazy stuff and he had a, and yes, Jack Gordon, he got a, I think he did time for like a pimping and pandering thing out here in California. He had like little hoe houses set up all out here. He went to jail for that. So he was putting Motherfuckers on the Blade. He was a piece of work, and he had LaToya in Playboy. He had her performing at strip clubs. They were about to put her in a Korn movie. Jack Gordon. Yeah, they were about to put her in a Korn movie. I got to watch my words. That's when she had to call Randy to, hey, like, come get me. Yeah, please come get me and save me. You know? But yeah, this dude was bopping LaToya in the head with chairs and all types of shit. And threatening the family. If she don't do it, they were going to unalive the family. It was a piece of work, man. Yeah. It was a piece of work. I want to see that in a movie. Shit. Show that. So yeah, Joe, man, they give Joe a bad rap. Joe was right on the money, man. Joe was trying to protect them from that. Joe was trying to protect them from all of that stuff. You understand? Joe was trying to protect them. So yeah, man, respect to Joe Jackson. And again, that's why Michael said, hey, Michael started running with them damn FOIs. That's why the family's connected to the nation now. The Jackson family, Jermaine, he's always at the Nation of Islam rallies. Janet is in a relationship with Farrakhan's son now. They're still clicked in with the Nation of Islam. Yeah, Janet is dating Mustafa Farrakhan now. You know? So yeah, the family, they clicked in now. They clicked in, locked in heavy. You know? Yeah, man, Michael and knew. Michael, that's why they had to get the nation to get them mafia types off their backs. Yeah? Yeah, Jafar, he's Muslim. Yeah. All these, Jermaine is Muslim, Jafar is Muslim. Jafar is an Islamic name. You know? Oh, yeah, it's heavy. What's that? Who is that? You are Somali or tethered? Okay. Man. Yeah, it's heavy, man. Say Jafar has a white girl. Okay, all right. Man. It's deep. What's up, Quantrell? Quantrell, hop on in, brother. Quantrell, hop on in. Oh, yeah, you didn't know Janet? Yeah. Janet is rocking with him. Yeah, Jack Gordon, Russian Jewish guy. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. It's deep, man. Quantrell, what's up, brother?
Hey, what up, man?
What's happening with you, man?
I'm just sitting there watching that jackass, that CHUD builder guy.
Yeah, what happened?
Nah, he out there running his mouth. I'm tired of that shit.
Oh, yeah. He's doing a lot of that. Yeah, he's doing a lot of that. Yeah, you were making it seem like something happened to him. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to him yet.
No, it was false information, but it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. He's going to get it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, we know that. Okay, I thought you see. Y'all just people just saying shit. Yeah, but yeah. He's tiptoeing around Nashville. Yeah, he's tiptoeing around Nashville. So it is what it is. Man, who is this? John the Solution? Let's get John the Solution. All right, John the Solution want to come up. John the Solution, what's up, brother?
What's up, brother? What's up, Tariq?
Hey, John, how you doing, fam?
I'm doing good, big bro. You was talking about the Michael film. I'm really hoping with the next film they get Janet's blessing. And do you think they can do a spinoff with Janet? Because this movie making so much money, I don't think they're going to want to stop. They're going to want to at least do another spinoff probably after the next one.
Yeah, and from what I understand, I think I was hearing, I don't know if this is true, that they are talking about doing a biopic on Janet. This is what I've heard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, have y'all heard that, family?
And Tariq, you need your, I'm sorry.
That's what I've been hearing. I'm not sure, but I heard they kind of thinking about doing this. I don't know. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead, John.
And Tariq, you need your own documentary, brother. Like from your beginnings all the way up until now. Like you've been through so much. You've done so much. A lot of people don't know the Tariq story before all this.
Oh yeah.
So hopefully you get your own documentary so a lot of people can study where you've been, your path, and just be inspired by that.
No doubt, man. Absolutely. Yeah, I've been around for a long time, man. A lot of A lot of y'all don't know how long I've been around. I've been around for a long time. You understand? I've been out here heavy. I've been out here stomping for a long time. You know? Somebody said they got to do a movie about me. Who would play me? You know, who would play me? Who do y'all think could play me good? If they did a movie about Tariq Nasheed, who do you think could play me? Somebody said Michael B. Jordan? Who? Somebody said a tether. They get a tether to play me. Lorenz Tate. He's too short. And I love Lorenz Tate. I'm 6'4". So Lorenz Tate is too short. Someone said Reason. Someone said Roland. Someone said Will Smith. I said Flex Alexander. Denzel. They're too old. He's a little bit too old. The Deion Cole, Flex Alexander. Someone said Terrence Howard. Hey man, I'm about to make Hidden Colors, man. I'm about to make this Hidden Colors film, man. Morris, hilarious. That's funny. So the Mark Wahlberg, get the hell out of here. Hilarious. Idris Elba. So said the nigga from Captain Phillips, the Somali pirate, you gonna get him to play me? I am the Hidden Colors now. I am the Hidden Colors now. So said Don Cheadle. Hilarious. Man.
I can dig it. I'm on my way.
Where you going, Rootwork Jones?
There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama, you call Rootwork Jones. Rootwork Jones is a stone cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers shaking in their boots.
Listen up, chumps. I'm looking for Dolomus. Can you dig it?
Rootwork Jones is getting down to the nitty-gritty, taking on the mustiest sucker in the city.
Dolomust is my name, and staying good and musty is my game. Where is Rootwork Jones?
This is a super soul brother getting rid of the stank. And you can for sure take that to the bank.
Take that, you musty jive turkeys.
When Rootwork Jones is not dealing with drama, he finds time to deal with foxy mamas.
Why don't you come on over here and give me some of that root work, sugar?
Rootwork Jones. He's bold. He's bad. And he's keeping the suckers musty mad. Rootwork Jones coming to a theater near you. Go to rootworkstyle.com.
All right, so I'm gonna play the last topic, and that is church versus the Shill and the Democratic Party.
I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think, yes, I get his frustration, but I also get the frustration of the foundational Black Americans in their strife. I think they are getting tired of not getting anything for their vote.
Real quick, and I'm gonna let you finish. But what is your ethnic background?
Well, I don't think this matters, but I'll answer the question. I'm an American, quote unquote.
Where's your family from?
My family's from Virginia.
And where are their family from?
That I don't have a clue.
You don't know where your family's family is from?
Most of us have been in Virginia, so that's all. Mainly Central Virginia.
Are there any immigrants in your family?
Not that I know of. No.
Do your family stem from the slave fields here in America?
I would say yes, absolutely.
You would say? How old are you, sir?
I am 43.
You're 43 years old and you don't know whether or not your bloodline stems back to the people who built this country?
I would say yes, it is. It is.
Hold on. You would say.
I would say it
just
is.
Because you say does not mean that it is. Is your mother, your father, descendants of American slaves here in the United States? I'm not talking about in Jamaica. I'm not talking about in Haiti. I'm not talking about
not at
anywhere.
all. Not at all. My family is from the United States of white supremacy. Yes.
Okay, continue.
Now I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I'll go forward.
It has everything to do with it. Only people that don't know would say, I don't know what it has to do with it. It has everything to do with it because many of you folks come up here shilling and you're not even from America and you speak as a foundational Black American or you third-party foundational Black Americans. That's what made me ask you whether or not what's your bloodline and if you're from this country. Because you said, I understand foundational Black Americans and why they're mad. So you othered us.
Basically, you're a movement. So I understand your frustration.
No, we're not a movement. We're just a plain, simple lineage. Our movement.
Because I say that because
hold on, and I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna get this very clear with you right here today. We are not a movement. Foundational Black Americans is quite literally just a lineage. It is a commemorative term. In the same way that people say founding fathers, they wasn't calling themselves founding fathers. All we did was take Black American and put foundational in front of it because that's what we are, the foundation of this country. And everything in this country comes from the foundation, us. So when you say it's a group, we are not a group. You got foundational Black Americans that don't rock with each other. I don't rock with a lot of these coon tap dancing foundational Black Americans, but it does not take away from them being foundational Black American, like your Al Sharpton. So when you say you're a group, we're not a group. We're quite literally just a lineage. And our movement is delineation. Come off your mic.
I understand that completely. But when I talk to my older persons in the Kent Assembly, are you a foundational Black American? They look at me and say, what the fuck is that?
Let me tell you something. Nobody has to say that they're a foundational Black American because nobody had to go around saying they're an African American. When we was calling ourselves Negroes, people was against being called African American. Hell, I got people to this day in the older generation. As a matter of fact, I got a drop. I'll look it up and I'll play that drop a little bit later. I got a drop with an elder saying, do not call me African American. I will knock you out if you do so. So while you're sitting here saying, I asked these elders, are you foundational Black American? They don't have to know what a foundational Black American is if their bloodline and lineage goes back to the damn slave fields here in America. It's not about whether you self-identify as it. If you're Black, you're Black.
I understand that, sir, but I want to make before I get to my point here, I want to make this thing very clear.
Go ahead.
Most of it, there's been a lot of rumors about the foundational Black American movement being lined up with the Republicans. Now just hear me out for a moment.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
And engaging in a lot of what the late Neely Fuller Jr. called tacky, trashy, and terroristic language. I hope we don't get into that this evening. I'm just hoping we don't.
Hold on. Let me address that first before we go to your next point. We'll go point by point. This is a conversation. All right. Now, you brought up Neely Fuller Jr. Neely Fuller Jr. was the one who taught us that we have to make sure that every words that we use, words have meaning. And every time we use those words, we know what they're meaning and how we're using them. So when you say tacky wordsmiths and all this other stuff, it makes absolutely no sense that you would bring Neely Fuller up when speaking about us, when we hold Neely Fuller Jr. in high regards here. As a matter of fact, he's not a doctor, but I call him Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. on this platform. And everybody in the chat will tell you. We hold him in high regards. We hold Dr. Francis Cress Welsing in high regards. So when you say that, that right there is really an oxymoron. Second of all, you say that we get compared to Republican talking points. That ain't our problem. When other people compare us to other things, that has nothing to do with us. People do that in order to try to spew people away from us because we tell the truth. So when you say that people look at us as Republicans, I say it all the damn time. I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am not a Demorat. I am a foundational Black American with foundational Black American interests. And I do not tell people to go vote for Republicans. And I don't tell people to go vote for Democrats. I say, if anybody comes to you trying to get your vote, you make sure that they're bringing you something. Now tell me, where's the flawed logic in that when everybody else around the United States of America, they concentrate on their specific interests in their communities? So where's the flaw? Where's the logic? And where's the Republican talking point there?
Just speculation, sir.
Yeah, speculation is assuming. And when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
Now, I want to get onto the point here. I don't want to get into the name calling.
I'm not, sir, hold on, sir. I'm not name calling. I'm having a logical conversation with you. I asked you a question. You gave me your response, and you said it's an assumption. You said that you're speculating, which is an assumption. And an assumption makes an ass out of both of us. This isn't name calling. This is just facts. So now your next point. Go ahead.
Now, what Mr. Isaac Hayes Jr. or the 30s is, I think he has not really sat down and tried to talk to you, FBAs, about, okay, I mean, I've heard a lot of your commentaries from, because different FBA people claim that same thing, and it's anti-Democrat. It's just throwing shit at the Democrats all the time, and the Republicans, they are just, we don't throw shit at them. So are you saying that most people that you listen to is just just flat out anti-Democrat? Is what you're saying? It's pretty much. Let's keep it real, sir. We're on social media, so it's the sexiest thing to do is to shit on the Democratic Party because it's good money. It gets ratings. It gets everything. But when I listen to you guys now, hold on. Before you continue, I gotta ask a question there. So you feel like when you're listening to the new Blacc Media, the majority of us just dump on Democrats, and that's just it? I would say 85 to 90% of the time when I listen to not you specifically, but other persons that claim to be foundational Black American or use that banner, it's always going after the Democratic Party. Let's be clear about this, and I want to just educate the voters this evening. You do realize that the Democratic Party in this country only controls 16, magic number, 16 state legislators. Republicans control 25. You may have some in between, maybe divided government, where one party may control one house. The
Okay,
other party may
hold
control
on.
the other.
Okay, give me a second. Sure. Because we got a baby step. We got to slow walk this. The family's here. We're here, right, family? We can slow cook. I got a crock pot right over there. All right, we got to slow cook this. I want to touch on your first point before we go to your next one. So when you listen to the new Blacc Media, for the most part, all you hear is us downing Democrats or pooping on Democrats. My question to you would be, well, we've been their voting base for over 60 plus years, and they have done absolutely nothing for us. And they continue to try to push erasure of foundational Black Americans by saying that immigrants built the country, by trying to bring in illegals and give them the opportunity to vote, even though they are not citizens, which would eliminate votes in the country. When you say that, I must then ask you, what have they done for us to show them any type of support?
I mean, the Democratic Party has tried to cope everything under the terms of color blindness, not specific. And
how does that?
I believe, sir, that's kind of chicken shitty. It's very chicken shit. Look.
Okay, so you say that. Okay, good. You admit that is chicken shitty. So why should we sit here and support any of them when we have been disrespected by them over the past 60 plus years, especially with the last 4 years and all the disrespect that came from under Joe Biden? Actually, we ain't even got to talk about, we ain't even got to go past that and go to Barack Obama.
Oh man, well, wait a minute, hold on. Let me phrase that. President Biden did not disrespect Black people. I can actually say that.
You said President Biden didn't disrespect Black people?
He had Black women in his cabinet, sir. More than any other party.
Sir,
I mean, look how many bills he passed. He passed the American Rescue Plan.
I want you to understand that coming in here lying is only going to make you look like the liar that you are. And
okay, well, where was I wrong, sir?
We cannot continue this conversation if you're going to sit here and lie to me.
Okay, stop. Okay, what do you do?
I do not respect liars.
Okay. What did he disrespect us on in his 4 years?
Did he tell the whole world that if you have a problem deciding whether you're for him or Trump, that you ain't Black?
Yes, I heard that part. Okay. I did hear that.
Was that not disrespectful?
Honestly, I think it's
was that not disrespectful for somebody who quite literally?
But look,
no.
It was very tacky.
I'm not going to be cut off. This is my broadcast. The man who quite literally wrote crime bills targeting foundational Black Americans and then got into office and told the civil rights people that got him into office that they were going to have to go and work with the Hispanics. Don't expect nothing from him. That's not disrespect.
I think it's disrespectful.
You think it's disrespectful. But yet you just told me that, did you not just say that Joe Biden did not disrespect us? And that was just with his words. Let's not even get into his policy because
because here's the thing about
that he didn't implement it that harmed foundational Black Americans overall. What are you talking about?
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, sir. Because when he made that obtuse statement, you ain't Black, I think it was an obtuse statement, like similar to what he said down here in Virginia when he was the vice president in Danville, Virginia, about putting that the Republican Party and Mitt Romney at the time during the 2012 presidential election, they were going to put y'all in chains. And it was a lot of
So with you knowing all that, how can you even fix your mouth to say that he never disrespected us?
Well, sir, the majority of Black people did vote for him.
The majority of the majority of Black people didn't vote for him. See, that's the thing.
People voted for him.
No, that's the thing that you shills love to go around saying.
No, actually, we did vote for him.
The majority of Black voters did not vote for him.
The majority of Black voters that was in the electorate. Let me clarify that.
The people who voted
Yes, the people who
went
voted.
and voted for him. But a majority, more than 10 to 20 million people sat out the election.
Yes,
And
they sat him out.
And
They
that
sat it
number,
out. You're correct.
And that number keeps raising. It raised since 2012 when Obama lost people because he wasn't doing nothing for us. It went even further down in 2016 when they tried to run Hillary and she was already super predator and she was talking that nonsense on us. Yeah. And then it went down again in 2020 when Biden was running. So explain to me how black people put him in office when the
voting
majority of us sat out.
participation. Oh, sorry. You mean you're
The
talking about voting?
people- Exactly. The
You're
people
talking about voting
who
participation.
voted. You
Okay,
have to be able to explain these things correctly. See, I'm a political scientist, so you're not talking to a dummy. You're
Well,
actually,
and that's why I like. That's why I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying though is we had to put this in context. The people who voted in that electorate, black people made up at that time. They said 12% of the electorate in that year. So we're talking that's about 17 million voters.
11%.
Yeah, 11%, so about 17 million voters, and that 2020 election, 2024 was 15 million. But yes, I see the frustration, and I see that black
Actually,
folks like
2024 was 17 million. 2020 was the 15 million.
No, 15 million was 2024.
No,
17 million was that.
2024.
Because let's be honest, if for a Democrat to get elected,
2024,
it was not high, sir. The black voting participation dropped. It dropped.
There was only 14 million foundational black Americans who voted in 2024, and the 3 million that was there was from basically immigrant blacks.
So wait a minute, stop right there. So immigrants cannot vote in elections.
Immigrants,
they're not legal.
Immigrants can vote in elections. I'm not talking about illegals. I'm talking about just plain black immigrants. So
if they're citizens
of the United States, yes, I'm telling you the numbers from our breakdown. I'm not talking about illegals.
Well, sir, I'm not anti, I'm not anti my government here, but I do want to put these things in context here because I know it's a lot of rhetoric on social media, and it's a lot of rhetoric. So let's put this in context. Yes, President Biden did say that, and I didn't like the fact that President Biden got in front of Al Sharpton and them and said, "Hey, let's get this straight. I'm the only white boy that did this and blah 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 blah." I wasn't for Biden because I knew he wasn't going to last long. I just knew, but I knew the white liberals in the Democratic Party. I can talk from experience because I'm a Democrat.
Well, you don't say. Wait, hold on. You don't say. Wait, hold on. You don't say. You don't say. You're a Democrat. I couldn't put two and two together, but go ahead. Go ahead. Come off your mic. I was just surprised that you were a Democrat.
Oh, I didn't know you. I'm sorry. You muted me. They were so desperate to get rid of Donald Trump, and I'm thinking, guys, it's not a good idea. If you back Biden, he's going to be back in office in 4 years. If you want to get rid of Trump, you don't give this man no oxygen, and you definitely don't put up no man in that age group that only has one good term in him, don't have a lot left. And they wouldn't listen to me. But I said in the last election, I told you so. That Biden was not going to be Biden for his, yes, he did some correct things when he was in office, but he was just old. Time had passed him by. He didn't have that energy to
What correct things did Joe Biden do for foundational black Americans while he was in office?
As far as policy or laws,
specific policy in the very same way that off of a lie, they passed policy to give the Asians a hate crime bill, and Biden attached $50 million to it. In the very same way.
And which bill? Which law was that?
The COVID.
That was the American Rescue Plan.
No.
The COVID thing was the American Rescue Plan.
All right.
That was the American Rescue Plan.
Hold up.
Because he actually passed 4 bills while he was in office. He actually signed them into law. It was the American Rescue Plan. It was the Infrastructure and Jobs Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and it was the Chips and Science Act. So it was those 4 bills that he actually got passed while he was president. He got those signed. Now, he did about 17 executive orders. One of them was about restoring racial equality in the government. But you can read it for yourself. That's really what he passed. But he tried to get black farmers some money, but Stephen Miller sued him for those situations, which black farmers have been long overdue money, long overdue, because they're not even getting paid now. They're getting a tiny fraction of investment in from the Department of Agriculture.
What is this? What is this? Don't mute up now. Don't mute up now. What is this that you're saying?
No, I'm trying to read it. What's the this is the COVID relief bill? This is public law, May 2021.
This is the hate crime act that they signed for the Asians.
Yes, they did sign a hate crime bill. They did. They did send it.
This act may be cited as the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act.
Yes, he did sign that.
Okay.
I forgot.
When I sat here and told you that he did that, you sat here and tried to make it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about.
No. I didn't say you know what you're talking about.
No, you definitely did.
No. I didn't undermine you. I did not undermine you, sir. I did not undermine you.
That's not what he signed. That's not what he did. And I said, Congress passed this act and he signed it. You said, no, he signed 4 different bills. And it was within that bill that this bill
I thought it was in that bill. I thought that was in the bill because that didn't come up in his records that he signed that bill. So that's my mistake. That's my mistake. That's my mistake. That's my mistake.
You should be having conversations with people who knows what they're talking about. You're going off of what you think. I'm going off of what I know.
Now, let me ask you a question. Though.
Between you and me. No, calm down. I'll let you ask after this.
Okay, let me ask
between you and me. Everything that I said to you, I have already broadcast on this program several times over. So you better come with something very good if you think that you're going to be able to trip me up.
Well, no, not at all. But I'm asking you this question and having this discussion. Now, I don't believe in this Haitian hate crime bill. We had the Matthew Shepard, James Byrd hate crimes law. Why do we need another?
And that wasn't for us either. They shoehorned a bunch of LGBTQ in there, and that's what hate crime became. It became a goddamn LGBTQ hate crime bill. It was not for foundational Black Americans. My brother is related to James Byrd, rest in peace. So that is another situation you're not going to be able to trip around me.
I'm not tripping around that, but that's what they put in the bill. The James Byrd, Matthew Shepard. I don't know why they put them together. I don't know why.
Because I don't know why. They wanted to dilute the whole situation being about foundational Black Americans. So they shoehorned the little gay dude that got taken out in that gay club into the bill.
Which I don't think race and sex go together, but I do find the intersectionality in that through Kimberly Crenshaw, but not in that case of hate crime bills. So I'll agree with you on that one. I will agree with you on that.
Hold on 1 second, please. Let me state this. See, family, when I say that these people tend to have the same type of indoctrination, I've already done on this broadcast how intersectionality is a wrecking ball when it comes. Well, actually, it shatters our wrecking ball when it comes to our power as Black men and women in this country. And what Kimberly did, Kimberly basically put men and women, Black men and women, into a situation where they're Black and, which means you're Black and you're gay, which means you're Black and you're a woman, you're Black and you're a man, you're Black and you're trans, rather than just concentrating on getting rights situated for your Black community at all. And by doing this, you fragment the wrecking ball that breaks down the wall of white supremacy. So whether or not Kimberly meant to do so, that's what her work actually does. So whenever Democrats want to separate and segregate us from each other so that they can either get the woman's vote or no vote at all, because Black men has been the forefront saying no, So they try to separate us. They start to bring in intersectionality talking points as if anything would change if she was without being black. If she
what's
wasn't
interesting about your statement, sir? What's interesting about your statement, and I'm not disagreeing with it. I have been hearing as of late that, as I heard one black woman say, that you black men are a cancer. You are fucking around, doing X, Y, and Z. You're weak as hell. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute here. We can't be throwing black men on the bus because black men have a difference of opinion about these issues that affect black people. I get all of that. But I'll talk about Kimberly Crenshaw if we have if you want to talk about that at another time and space.
Let's talk about Kimberly at another time. I want you to land with your point because we're going to have to get up out of here in a few minutes. So go ahead.
But I would like you to put things in context on why the Democratic Party can't do everything quote unquote specifically about race.
Why?
Because the Republicans have a legal system, and we clearly have seen it. They're using the legal things of equal protection under the law. So like the black farmers, when Biden gave the black farmers some money, that got held up in court because Stephen Miller's group sued.
Let me stop you there.
Okay. They finally got their money, but
you want me to put things in context? No problem. I'm gonna put things in context for you because I'm a contextual type of guy, don't you know? Now let me put it in context for you. The Democrats know what they're doing when they're making these race-based policies. It is not that they don't know, that they're unaware. Foundational Black Americans have been calling for lineage-based policies for a while because we understand that is one hurdle that the Constitution will shut down if you make anything about race. The 14th Amendment does not allow it. So when you're sitting here telling me that the Republicans keep shutting stuff down, that's because the Democrats aren't using the proper wording. If they would make lineage-based policies, the farmers wouldn't have had that problem. But because it was a racial policy, in order to get those farmers that money, even though they were deprived of that very same money under freaking Obama, Trump, and Joe Biden. Don't get it confused.
Oh, I'm not. And that's why I was kind of like, why the hell is Tom Vilsack back in the Department of Agriculture again?
Let me finish. So when Joe Biden went to sign that bill, he already knew the only way he was going to get that bill in is if they include white farmers too. Biden has always been an anti-black racist, a staunch anti-black racist. So for anybody to believe that the Democratic Party don't know what they're doing, our sister Brooke is in the building right now. She's up in New York dealing with all of these Democrats in New York, trying to make sure that we get a sound reparations bill in New York based off of lineage because they keep on trying to base it off of race. And
now let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Okay,
they already explained to them, Brooke, our brother, President Devine, they've already explained several times over how this is a non-constitutional bill that New York is trying to push. So yeah, they know that these bills aren't constitutional. They refuse to disaggregate it.
So here's my question to the FBAs. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you saying about lineage-based reparations. But my challenge and my problem with you are your FBAs out here is that you're giving smoke to Democrats, but the biggest harm is done in the South, where 60% of our population resides. And we need reparations from them governors down there in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana.
Hold on. Who's been receiving the vote for over 60 plus years?
I don't give a flying fuck. They're not relevant to this.
Exactly.
They're not relevant to this.
You don't give a flying fuck. You're saying it's not relevant. It is completely relevant.
Why why should we ask Democrats for anything if we now go to?
Because we have been their most loyal voter base. They owe us. They cannot get.
They don't owe us a goddamn thing. The Republicans owe us anything. Republicans.
All right, you're done here. Since you can't listen, let me say this, family. I let that go on for as long as I did because I wanted the youth to hear what these old niggas is on. This man says that he's 43, sounding like he's 65. 69, maybe 72. This man wants to sit here and talk in circles saying, oh, well, they don't owe us a damn thing. They don't owe us a damn thing. And we kept them in office for over 60 years. Without foundational Black Americans, the Democratic Party cannot get into office. This is why they go around trying to put together all these coalitions, trying to put us with other people, because they know that the Black vote is the only vote that can get any Democrat into office. Let's be very clear about this. To my young family, to all the new generation coming up behind that man right there, do not let these people lie to you. If the Republicans come to us trying to get our vote, then guess what? We're going to make them do something for our vote. But it ain't the Republicans coming to us trying to get our vote. It is the Democratic Party trying to shame us into voting for a group of people that has done nothing for us while using our goddamn lineage history in this country to benefit every other group but us. This is why you cannot trust the old niggas, in the word of Jason Blacc. I let that man talk. I kept him up here for a while because I wanted him to get those talking points out. These folks are quite literally, they're not black, they're blue. And I believe that man is a damn tether. How the hell you 43, but you don't know where your family from? I'll be 40 on Sunday. I could tell you about Louisiana, Shreveport. I could tell you about Mississippi, Indianola, Jacksonville. Some of my family out in goddamn Ohio. Some of my family out in Oakland. Don't play with me about this. Like I said, you came up talking to the wrong one. The wrong one. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. And this ain't me being amped up. This is me being passionate, just so everybody know I can control it at any time. You know what I'm saying? But that's why they call me church, because I bring that passion real quick. Do not let these people fool you. They know exactly what they're doing. He said here and tried to say that freaking Joe Biden never disrespected us, and I had to break him down in order to make sure he understood that he wasn't talking to a dummy, and he had to backtrack several times over. Well, yeah, you're right. And then he started bringing up things that was disrespectful that he did. When you hold these people to the fire, when you hold their talking points under the microscope and give it the proper scrutiny, you best believe it shatters, it breaks down. And I wouldn't have dropped him if he didn't come in lying again, talk about the Democrats don't owe us nothing. That's a lie. They know it, and the world knows it. The government owes us. But it's the Democrats that keep coming back to us, begging us to keep them in office or put them in office. And if you want our vote, you must know you work for me. I don't work for you. I don't work for you. You work for me. Your agenda is not mine. My agenda is my agenda. My interest is my interest. And if you think for 1 second that I'm going to put my interest to the side in order to benefit a bunch of people that's never done anything for my community, I think you're smoking the same smack that Al Sharpton was smoking and that Jasmine Crock Pipe may be smoking allegedly. Let me be very clear about my stance here. But I'm glad you came on up. I'm glad that you were an example to the new generation of what not to be. How dare you come up here and try to tell me Joe Biden is never disrespect? What kind of crap? This is what a shield does. And this is why they have a problem with us. Not because of the fact that we sound like Republicans, because I just proved that I don't sound like no damn Republican. And when I asked him, where was I wrong? What makes me sound like a Republican when I'm quite literally shutting both sides down? He couldn't answer that, could he?
Nope. They couldn't.
Let me go ahead and give a B1 salute to our good brother 13 Mike Travels. Thank you for your super chat, your donation.
All right, what are your thoughts on this interview or debate that Church had with this Shill?
I think that was some major Democrat loyalty that do that. And he was wrong in all kinds of ways. The thing is that doesn't matter what church sounds like. The fact is that we ain't going back to Democrats. We're not going back. And after this performative fucking theater, which like I just have to say, shout out to Church of Black Rock. Last couple of episodes I've been listening to with Jesse, been in the cut. I've been listening to all his episodes, last couple episodes, like 3, 4, right?
Yeah.
He's been giving them that work. He's really been opening eyes to a lot of situations that we would have just wrote off as, well, maybe old boy saying something, like Justin Pearson. And then, shout out to him, but also shout out to like Alpha Network, who exposed the motherfucking shenanigans in the first place, which we wouldn't have done any of that research. We would have just been like, what, But I'm thankful that they did do it, because now it just leads to us really sitting back and be like, well, we ain't clowns. That motherfucker's a clown. He's performative. It's all performative. You know what I mean? He should be censored. They should all be censored. Whatever the protocol is over there. And that's the wrong representation. The truth of the matter is that as much as they keep telling us about civil rights, and it's tearing us apart, I'm pretty sure our ancestors that did die for civil rights to happen, I'm sure they're shaking it, they're rolling around in their urns and graves like, this is not what they wanted. This is not what they meant. And we should have been done with this a long time ago. But we had that blind allegiance. Now we don't. Now we're clear-minded and we're seeing shit like how it is. It's performative. Those people are only upset about all this gerrymandering, which is cheating, in my opinion, right? If you gotta rearrange snaps so you can win, that's cheating, in my opinion. But I think that they would be like, look, it's just another day, another black coat, another red line, right? That's how they would look at it. And us getting overwhelmed by their nonsense. Look, we can still vote. Us picking our own representatives. It's kind of never really been like that. So they chosen who they want to win. It's a selection, not an election. It's just a waste of time and money. It's like that. Although I know that's what it sounds, and even though Jesse's running for office, it's different. It's different because we're trying to put some FBA members in the building. You know what I mean? We're doing our best with that. And that's the whole thing. There's people voted for like Marcel or Jesse or anybody like that. It's black first and puts the vulnerability of being black ahead of everything else. We wouldn't be in this situation if we were able to get away with it. Or we were able to do it. They're going to make it hard. It's going to be harder. Right now, Black Democrats, the gatekeepers and shills, are trying to make the independent black voice, the centrist black voice, the voice that is not Democrat, is not Republican. They're trying to make that voice a swing voice, and in reality, it's a no voice. Because even if you swing in that direction, you're still doing what the fuck they want you to do. So the best thing is to do your own research and figure out what they're asking for on the ballot in your local and state elections, if it is in the interest, in Black interest for you and your Black family. Simple as that. If it has nothing to do with your Black family, and it is not in your Black interest, you're Black first, then you shouldn't vote for them. Fuck what everybody else is talking about. You're the one who's gonna have to stand in line and drop your fucking shit in the mailbox. You're the one who's gonna have to vote. So you really have to do some real research on what it is that is in your best Black interest. Our best Black interest is reparations. The best Black interest is the crime bill. Best Black interest is the Black agenda, according to how we recognize it. There's lineage based and all that. A lot of things need to be codified. So that's like what I'm working on over here in Denver, right? Part of that is to be codifying the language, codifying foundational, things like that, freedom, shit like that. Why? I don't mean to say shit like that. Why? Because with a codified language, we can also address the languages that are being placed in front of us on bills. I watched how justice competition worked around in the House, just like 2 days ago. Was it impressive? No, the bitches are fucking calling at me. And she sponsors bills with white people. She doesn't sponsor bills with Black people. So that's good thing. The other thing is, like destroyed. The other thing is that they're pulling us away from the goalpost. They're pulling us away. They're making it so it's a distraction from what's happening with the war and economics. And that's another thing too. Democrats are known for being distractions. And so we need to stay away from all of that and keep focused on what really matters to us, and what's really important to us. Because we got like about 2-3 cycles before it actually starts to even itself out. So we put in the work now, 2-3 cycles, that'll still be us, and it'll still be the chance for our youngins to grow up and start seeing political moves, as we make them. And as long as the hidden hand is in control, we can only get so far. So we really have to be demanding and serious and not give up, because the thing is, they don't want to work us to death and with all their propaganda and make us go this way. It's a plan. It's diabolical, and you should see it by now. It's very fucking diabolical. Shout out to Black Alpha and Church of Black Power for bringing all these things up to the forefront, especially with the piercing thing. That dude is majorly, he missed his calling. He should just went join the church. Maybe I'll get fired. I'll go be a church reverend. You know what I mean? Because he's very performative. And when he starts giving speeches, it starts leading off into church. You know what I mean? Like, he forgets where the fuck he is. So that right there, he's gotta be like, he's gotta be humbled a little bit. A lot of these people gotta be humbled. And just think about it. No Black caucus, all right. But even if you create a new one, you're still gonna have to worry about the same antics happening within the new caucus if you decide to choose to make one. Everybody's gonna have some sort of trip. People trip up and switch up when they get into office sometimes. You know what I mean? So, you have to really watch that. That's a fact. So I can't really speak for any other state, but I just know that they're upset about really nothing. You can still vote. You can still vote if you want to. And yeah, that's the way it's going to be. They get all these legacy people out of there. You know, all these people that have been holding down the seat for 5+ years, they gotta go. That's off top. So as we clear out our system from coons and mammies and fucking cheddars, we also gotta know that the legacy votes, those are like the seats that people have been holding for grip, they gotta go. So they have to go now in this election. So while they're all scared and talking about civil rights, so that's just their fear talking, because they're about to get their chairs switched out and for somebody else to come in there. So and think about who's running against those people to hold their seat. Watch those debates. I've been watching a lot of debates, and they're not saying shit. They're not saying nothing, just a lot of words. So I watch a lot of debates, and everybody on the debate seems like in certain places are all black, and all black they're saying the same bull crap. So I'm just saying, there you go, Jesse. Jesse. I said it. Over. Over.
Over.
Yeah, if you it's over there.
Oh, okay. All right, I got one more topic. I forgot. Set the butler. Over.
Chipping out. It's Dom Luca, great value. It's a great value, Dom Luca. Keep chipping out. Keep chipping out. Do it. Try it right now. Try it right now.
CHUD the Builder is going around antagonizing black people, man. And this is the thing. I blame the government, this country, everything. We don't have anything on the books that specifically protects black Americans. You have things on the book under the Civil Rights Act of 57 that protects POC and people of color are all within the jurisdiction. You have all that bull crap, but you don't have nothing on the books to particularly specifically protect foundational black Americans on what happened to us here on this soil, man. So because of that, you have W's that go around just doing all kinds of stuff, antagonizing black folks with mace, firearms, all kinds of stuff. And he's committing a hate crime, right? He's committing a hate crime. And now you're starting to have W's, right? W supremacists, they're coming out against this, and they don't want no parts of it because they know that he's breaking the law and he's going against their strategy, right? So now they're calling up lawyers, they're doing everything to separate themselves from this guy CHUD the Builder, right? So they're putting up stuff like this. The guy, the misfit patriot. Here's some not so friendly advice for that effing moron CHUD the Builder. Under Tennessee Code 3911-611, the person loses the right to claim self-defense if they try, provoke, or initiate the confrontation. You're going to get pow and create BLM 2.0. That's the only effing reason I care about saving your effing life. It's not worth the clicks. So knock it off before you win a gold medal in the Darwin Olympics. So they don't really give a damn about these people are wicked themselves. They don't really give a damn about us. They don't want him to do something and form something for black people uniting, right? And wanting to do better for ourselves. Because I keep telling y'all, black dysfunction is profitable. They want us in the position that we're in, right? So they can always use the media to make fun of us, destroy us, right? But they're talking like this.
Let me explain something to this guy, CHUD the Builder. Okay, CHUD, this is for you. I'm gonna screen record this and I'm gonna post it. All right. So here, CHUD. You're going to get shot or kicked out of you. When that happens, you're not going to win a lawsuit, right? This is an insane take, right? So one of these kick streamers was like, hey, whoever hits this guy, punches him in the face or beats him up, if you catch a charge, you can create a GoFundMe and you're going to get like $100,000 easy, right? For your defense. The streamer's 100% right. He's 1,000% right, right? When they beat the shit out of you or worse, right? They're going to get insane amounts of sympathy. You are going to do so much damage to the movement, which is why I'm calling you out. I'm trying to stop you from doing this dumb. And I know you're only doing it because you're a grifter who's just click chasing sensationalist content, right? But think about the risk you're taking. Is it worth it? I don't know how much you're getting. Probably not enough for your life. One of them's a lot of them want to beat the out of you, rightfully so. I think you deserve it. Right? If you're going into black neighborhoods and calling people the hard R, you deserve to get the kicked out of you. You don't deserve to die. Right? I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to die. But when this dude said, if they come at you, they're going to get a lot of money, he's right. He's not encouraging anyone to assault you. He's stating a fact. He goes into black neighborhoods. He antagonizes people, right? He says they're chimping out, comparing them to monkeys, trying to get them really upset. He then says it's because of free speech. It's not. The first thing, one of the first things you learn when you're a concealed carry holder is if you use your weapon, right? Because if you start a fight and use your weapon.
And see, this guy said you're causing damage to the movement. These are big time W supremacists, right? But what they don't come out and just call you the N-word to your face. They play videos and try to show us as being lazy, always whining and complaining, thinking about the past, don't want to move to the future. Like they want to tell us what to do and tell us how we should feel about certain things because they used to telling us what to do. They're saying that America's not racist no more. It's all about economics now. So then when you got CHUD out here, CHUD is exposing how they really think, how they really feel. CHUD is exposing W America. And why CHUD even had an audience in the first place, because a lot of people think like CHUD. That's why they're trying to shut CHUD up, because when they come out and under this administration, when they come out and they say that like we're crybabies and we're always whining and crying and we're always throwing the race card, they get people to believe them. But then when CHUD comes out and does this, it puts a black eye on what they're trying to do.
You're gonna lose a self-defense argument, right? The first thing you do in any situation is try to get out of the situation. If you're looking for a legal defense, right? You have to do everything in your power to not use your weapon in order to have a self-defense argument. What about stand your ground? Even in stand your ground, even in Texas, right? I can't just shoot somebody because they got near me, right? That's not self-defense. I thought you have to think that they're a reasonable threat to your safety, but you can't create the threat. If you do that, here's what's going to happen. They're going to go to jail, right? Obviously, for either assault or murder, right? But let's say you live, and let's say you want to sue them for assault. Let's say you want to go after them for beating you up. The defense is going to screen record hours of you calling black people the hard R, going into neighborhoods intentionally with a gun on you and pepper spray, starting fights, calling them the hard R, saying they're chimping out, and they are coming back and they're going to go, are you out of your friggin' mind? You're never winning that case. And then they will have a countersuit. You'll lose. I'm trying to help you because you are dumb.
So when you do a background on these people are W supremacists, man. And the funny thing is they're talking like they don't rock with us. Listen to him when he talks. No emotion. We just listen. Right? And they don't have a problem with CHUD saying what he's saying. They got a problem with him going into black neighborhoods, antagonizing black people with it. See, the whole thing is this. They know the history of this country, and the W calling us that word is a hate crime because, first of all, y'all still in power. If you okay with him using the N-word, what stops the police from using it? Or a doctor if he got to do surgery on me, or a judge, or a W that I have to put my life, you know what I mean, in their hands at that time, but they see me as a ninja, as a worthless ninja, right? So just you using that word and being okay with using that word is a problem, and it's a hate crime. We have nothing to protect us from. So what he's trying to do, because they don't want to mess up their movement that they have, they're bringing on lawyers, they're bringing on all kinds of stuff to show that what CHUD is doing is wrong, to get CHUD to stand down so you don't have other white people like CHUD coming out here and doing that to make money.
Or if he was to shoot them and kill them, would he have a self-defense argument? Like what
state is it?
Tennessee. So basically,
it's going to depend. It's going to depend on the Tennessee code, which I'm sure you probably looked up and are going to tell me. But
yeah, I just sent it to you.
There's a certain amount of incitement of the violence, and there's a certain amount of
well, like
basically, you're looking at, did the person who came at them feel threatened by his behavior to the point that they actually are defending themselves? That's the question.
Sure. So Tennessee Penal Code 39-11-611 says a person loses the right to claim self-defense if they provoked or initiated the confrontation. So he has.
Yeah. So there you go. So that sounds basically like a requirement to retreat type of statute, where you don't get to go and basically wind people up and threaten them to the point that they are afraid of how aggressive you are, and then claim self-defense when they do act on how threatened they feel. If that makes sense.
Now, the argument that these people are making is it's free speech. Oh, no, she'll call back.
Well, because my phone was on silent and I could hear it ringing.
Yeah, no, I figured your phone. I figured your phone died. So as I was saying, right, the argument people are giving is that racial slurs are still protected speech, right? So what would you say to that argument?
If racial slurs are protected speech?
Yeah, so considering this is their argument, I think it's stupid, but you're a lawyer, so I'm just trying to get the legal side. They're saying because racial slurs are protected speech, the person can't be retaliated against for their words, even if they're mean words.
I mean, here's the problem. Racial slurs may be protected speech as far as protecting you from actions by the government.
Thank you.
But it is still hate speech.
Yeah,
okay?
I know, and I don't believe in hate speech, and I don't even think that you technically do either. You're talking about the actions.
So this is the alt-right coming out against him, man, because he's going out. You know, they do a lot of stuff, man. You know, just don't get caught, or if you get caught, don't mention us. They support CHUD. They don't like the way CHUD is going about doing it. So they're showing all kinds of things to stop other W's from going to do it, but they don't give a damn. He said you're doing damage to our movement. What movement? What movement is this? Right? What movement do you speak of? Right? We know what movement you speak of. We know what movement it is. All of them are alt-right, man. It's police officers, judges, doctors, lawyers, man, social workers, all kinds of people, man, that's part of that alt-right movement, man, that put on a disguise and come out and disguise themselves as just normal, regular people. But they're staunch racists, man. That's who they are, right? But, you know, like I said, man, CHUD the Builder, man, he's getting banned everywhere. And what he was doing should have been a hate crime, man. Should have been a hate crime. But y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Peace. All right, y'all. That's going to be it for this part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on at the City Council for part 3. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Listeners, and on YouTube and Facebook, it's Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Shout out to Cowdog for coming through. Shout out to Y'all Rules. Shout out to Kukiji for coming through. I think that's it. So shout out to all y'all that tapped in. All right. So Lady Tim might do an RBA here shortly. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So just stay tuned for the RBA. All right. Peace.